Yeah, I'm still on live. You back, Damien? He's not back yet. So I'll just keep going. What else happened? Okay, so the dinner was fine back in Burns, but back into Portland today. So Suckling was coming out of that crowd with the police officers. I called out to him, like, what are you doing here, Suckling? And then, hey, Mo, and he gave me a hug. And I hugged back because, like, I don't hate him as a person. I just don't like their conduct and the lies that they tell online that I know are bold-faced lies because I know who I am, and they don't. Really, one dinner with me does not tell them the whole story to tell the lies they tell. So we had the dinner, and then he hugged me at the Portland. I'm so tired. He hugged me on his way out as he was getting, and the police let him, and I gave the officer a look like it's okay, and I said, Suckling, 100 feet, Suckling. You're supposed to be 100 feet, Suckling. You know, and he laughed. He said, I'll talk to you on Facebook. 100 feet, Suckling. So anyways, I thought he was going back over, but he really just kind of stayed on our sidewalk, but away a little to the back. And then after that, he was talking to Candy, one of his co-conspirators. That's a good word. Throw it back at them. Co-conspirator. He was talking to her, but she's a woman dying, or I don't know if she's dying, but she's battling cancer. She's also soft-spoken and nice. And then they started talking rhetoric about Ammon, and then I was gonna try to ask Suckling, like, what are you doing over here? Like, you're supposed to be 100 feet. You know the laws. And then he said, no, wait, let Candy finish. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear this garbage. So then I walked away. That conversation. Damien Maynard says it never does that. So his computer. Can you, Damien, are you able to see me on the show? Am I still really live? It says I'm live here. I don't know. I hope I'm really not talking to myself. I don't know how this stuff works. Okay, so he stayed on that side of the street. He caused no more problems himself. Well, we're getting ready to go and roll out for our convoy, so people start marching to their vehicles. And then immediately their Black Lives Matter girl and a few and the ninjas and stuff, they come across the street, start playing a sign. Oh, we got a new hangout coming. New invitation. I don't know who Mary Brown is. Okay, I don't know. Okay, but I'll talk to you later, Mary. I don't know who you are. I don't know. I don't know where to go for chat. I guess if you guys can see me, I'm sorry. Chat on. You are
Greetings,
live,
world.
Okay, thanks,
we
Al.
are anonymous.
You guys are awesome. I can't see me anymore. I lost the feed. Maybe if I click on that, I'm okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, so everybody can see me. That's awesome. I can't, I'm not computer savvy yet. I'm learning here all these new little toys and apps and techniques. My apologies. People are trying to help me learn. Anyways, so yes, the ninja people and the Black Lives Matter gal, who, by the way, was just disgusting in her language. She just kept, just like other Black Lives Matter movement, F you, F you, F you, like she was chanting it. She was kind of on her own too. They weren't really joining in her chants, not too many of them. Oh yeah, and I remember too, at some point they were screaming at me, hey, Staff Sergeant Mo, and this was the FBI agent, like, looking one. Staff Sergeant Mo, what happened to your eyebrows? That's what's left after I've had a lot of disease and blood work problems. And it's affected my organs and my thyroid. I never tell it.
change. We encourage other rival gangs to do the same, to unify with one another, and to stand alongside the common man, and to fix the system, the powers that be have broken in order to exploit you and your family. By no means is this a call to arms against a system that has not only blemished society, but has not listened to the people's demands. As we've stated, we are not ordering no one to do X, Y, and Z. We are only here to inform you, specifically to other gangs that have bitter rivalries. The actions the Crips and Bloods have taken in Ferguson and Baltimore are prominent in battling the last problem the United States holds. Hence, we highly encourage others to do the same, whether you are an individual. We must stop the war on the streets and with each other and focus our time and efforts to those barely getting by. To jump to the point, this message is delivered to you by common citizen. We are you, and you are us. We seek the best children, for yours, and for others. We ask those who have enemies, to forge a honor, for the sake of your future, and your grandchildren's future, for all of our families. Fighting with one another has gotten us nowhere. The Crips and Bloods have seen that through and through. It only gives the figureheads even more leverage to oppress the individual trying to get an education, trying to get a job, or trying to communicate with others. For years, citizens have seen gangs as the scum. We are entering a period in this generation where gangs are converting into freedom fighters. Ever since the truce these two groups have placed on the table, the United States has steadily decreased in crime. Thus, we are finally, after years of arguing and bickering over needs and territory, we are finally looking at the source, the problem, the root. We have a voice, and one voice can shatter the world. Martin Luther King, Tupac, Muhammad Bouazizi and Malala have proven such a feat. Together, we can bring necessary change in a stable balance of power between government and citizenry. Cooperation is key. The Arab Springs is one example of unison. Yet, many call it a failed revolution. Respectively learning from their mistakes, the citizens from the United States are more than willing to coordinate a plan of action if there ever needs one. Ever since the Crips and Bloods have united and have focused their efforts in aiding the common citizen, the last piece of the puzzle has been finally solved concerning the problem within society. If America ever has an uprising, it will have never have happened if it wasn't for the truce these two groups, the Bloods and the Crips, have shook hands on. Again, other gangs must take note of this. We must stop facing one another, and face the root of the problem, the source. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the Crips and Bloods. We are the common citizen. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
They see me, they know that every day when I'm breathing, it's for us to go farther. You know, every time I speak, I want the truth to come out. You know what I'm saying? Every time I speak, I want to shiver. You know, I don't want them to be like, they know what I'm going to say because it's polite. They know what I'm going to say. And even if I get in trouble, you know what I'm saying? That ain't that what we're supposed to do? I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. And that's our job, is to spark somebody else watching us. We might not be the ones, but let's not be selfish. And because we're not going to change the world, let's not talk about how we should change it.
All right,
I don't know how to change it, but I know if I keep talking about how dirty it is out here, somebody going to clean it up.
Nice. Holy God. Okay. So it looks like somebody tried to infiltrate my computer. But we stopped that because I have McAfee. And I have Red Bull. So let's get Mo back on here again.
Underground across America and all over the world, there are many underground bases. Among the most infamous include Area 51 and Dose Base. What most people want to know is what goes on underground at these bases. Many witnesses have come forward with testimonies of what goes on in these underground cities. Thomas Costello was a
And
former security officer who came forward about what he witnessed. A quick Google or YouTube search of his name or the phrase, Dulce security officer speaks out, will lead you to some questions and answers between him and an interviewer. Costello had gone on the run when he had learned his wife and children had been kidnapped. Costello has since vanished. Nobody is even sure if he is still alive today.
Holy cow.
Phil Schneider is another man who came forward about his experience while working at Dulce. He spoke of an encounter with a Zeta Gray, which had attacked him and left him critically injured and missing some fingers.
At least I was
Phil was doing his part in exposing the underground bases and survived several assassination attempts, which he lived to talk about.
Wait, let me put
He
my
also
big screen up so I
stated
can
that if
see
he
what I'm
ever commits suicide, we would all know he was murdered.
doing. Look at that.
This man
Isn't that
was later
beautiful?
found dead
And I
with
don't
a
even
rubber
have all
cord, which was wrapped around
gave me
his
what
neck
she had
3
left because
times
the
in a
others
knot,
sold
and
out.
officials ruled it was suicide.
Wow.
There
Which
was
is
no way Phil would have been
Which is
able to kill
awesome. And I'm
himself
gonna
in
keep
the
these
manner he
forever. I'm not
allegedly did.
sharing.
He could not have tied the cord
I'm
around his
probably
neck
gonna have
in a
to get
knot.
some of those.
Not only was
Yeah,
he
I
not
have this
suicidal,
beautiful
but his
ribbon
alleged
that looks like
suicide
this,
was done
this
in a
ribbon, but
manner
thicker.
which would have
And
been
I
extremely
collected
difficult
these
for him
national
to
pins from a
carry out
National
on his
Guard
own given his physical
convention that I
injuries.
was part of
He had limited
long
mobility
ago,
in
and
one
I
shoulder
collected
and missing
almost all the
fingers.
states.
It
And they're
would not have
beautiful
made
little
sense
metal
for Phil
pins, some
to take
gold,
his
and some
own
of them,
life
every
while he
state
was
just did a
trying to
beautiful job.
expose a terrible
And
government secret,
all the blank
especially
spots, I
after he
think
told
these
us
guys
that if he ever committed suicide,
So were
it is
you,
only because they
were
killed him.
you ever active?
Others have come
I
forward
mean,
with
I
their
know you
own
were active in
testimonies
the
of these
National Guard,
underground
but were you
bases,
ever
and we
regular
now
army
have a
or
pretty
just
good
National
picture
Guard?
of what it is like
No, but I
underground
did work
and
for
the
the
purpose of the
Washington Army
experiments
National Guard
that
full
take
time
place at
under
these bases.
ADOS orders, not AGR
These
orders, which are
underground
more
bases are
permanent
described as large cities,
in
similar to
contracted,
Manhattan.
but under
They are all over the United
a different
States
title
and
of order,
across
and
the
it was
world.
ADOS is what we
These
called
cities
it.
are all connected by
Which put me on
subterranean
full-time orders
highways,
for like 3
one that
months at a time,
depends
and
on
would just
electric
roll,
motors for the
keep
paved
working on
roads
full-time
and is for
under
limited
ADOS
travel,
orders, not
and the other is a
orders.
style of transit for freight and for
echoing.
passengers.
Yeah,
It is for rapid
I
travel.
got the check back up.
This worldwide network is called the sub-global system and has checkpoints at each country's system. The
No,
shuttle
I
tubes that shoot
actually,
the trains
I
at
walked
speeds
across
that
the
excel
US,
the speed of sound, use
6,800,
magnetic levitation and a vacuum method of travel.
6,489 miles for troops killed in combat.
Many atrocities take place in these underground cities, which include genetic experiments, advanced mind control, wiretapping,
very well
dream
aware of
manipulation, human neural
military
studies,
and how
human
it's
cloning.
different. And
The technologies developed are used
different
by the
systems
general population to
each
control them and
branch
use them
and,
as guinea pigs for further research, also to follow the
everyone
agenda
that I
of the
came
New
across
World
was
Order.
Army, but I have had my
Technologies
dealings with
developed
Navy
for
and
spying are
Marines
used
and
on
Coast Guard also.
everybody on Earth,
Yeah, I enjoyed a lot of
especially
Joint Force,
those who are
missions,
aware and against
especially under
their
the MNF
plans
West
for world
Task Force in
domination.
Iraq.
People
The Marines
who
were
are
on the show
now
at the end
being
there,
labeled as
and
sleepers
they did a great
or
job for
potential
a very less
terrorists.
likely administrative type
Today,
branch.
if
They
you
did a
are
great
a
job.
truth
Our
seeker
people
or conspiracy theorist,
that
you are considered
bad apples.
by the
there
FBI in a
is
program named Communities
Bad
Against
apples too.
Terrorism
right.
to be
Everybody has
sleepers
bad apples.
or potential
Now,
terrorists waiting to snap.
Mhm.
Anyone
Well, where
who
I left
harbors
off, even though you got cut off
conspiracy
way
theories
before,
are
was
to be
the
considered suspicious.
You missed out. You'll have to
by
rewatch your
local
show.
Police
Um,
officers,
I think it's still on
according
the other
to
channel.
a memo from the Department
So
of
the
Justice.
ninjas made their way back
If
over with the
you
BLM
are
lady
against
back across the
New
street as we were
World
leaving, getting
Order,
ready to go
consider yourself
to Convoy,
under
and
surveillance.
she was a really aggressive person from across the street. She was just a terrible individual.
Being used on
Very
everybody
insightful,
through
very
news
angry,
networks,
telling everybody,
television
and there's children, mind
shows,
you, around little
movies,
children, like Gavin
ads,
Symes, all his kids were there, and other
schools,
people with children that
and
age, and a
organized
little bit older
religion.
that were there. Boy Scouts, a couple Boy Scouts were
Mind
there. People from
control
Burns,
is
by the way, were there.
especially used on
And,
conspiracy theories.
Anyway, so,
to
but she
create
carried on across the
false
street as we
flag
were leaving on our
attacks.
side. with her ninja
before
friends.
we get into
And
that, let's discuss human
just this
cloning
loud siren
as
going
it
off sounds like a
falls
police officer
into the
vehicle.
subject
And
of mind control
and I don't know what she was screaming, but the officers had to approach them again and keep them de-escalated. But what they really did was shielded us as we marched by. And we just, ignored them and continued to carry on. And we made our vehicles and off to Salem we went.
Kidnap women.
So that's the first rally today. That concludes that. That is as wild as it got. That's not too shabby. But I will take back some words. I once
these clones are a
disposable
slave race forced to
follow
follow orders.
Our counter
Their
protesters. You couldn't get a better counter protester than because we love land
base,
too.
there are
We want to share it.
7 levels that go underground.
But hey, I can't complain. You guys aren't violent, I thought. Because, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know a lot about their history, but Deb and Pete did stick me up later and inform me some things I didn't know about before that dinner.
Mind control experiments.
And as I know, they understand things historically about certain groups that I don't, because as I was serving, I was not paying attention to news and things. I was just trying to get my mission done and take care of my family in between all that. So I was as uninformed as all sleepy Americans, even for a soldier. I mean, I have a lot of information as a soldier, but that Americans don't know about overseas.
I know some of that stuff myself, actually.
Yeah.
Just the dealings with the military and whatnot. I became very rooted with them. I actually became part of the family. So I'm very
to another.
Yeah, you just
one thing
very much
keep in mind is
it's very guided news. Like when you're over there, they pick the primary channels you get to watch. And then I remember the last deployment. Well, the first deployment was like no TV, because I was on outside the wire every day almost, and we didn't have all those amenities yet early in the war. Of course, we didn't have anything. But later down the road, we had Burger King and Starbucks. Ugh. And actually, I do remember sitting in one Starbucks. It was a nice break. I had just gotten through a huge mission, and it was I will admit, it felt like a little piece of home. And it was really nice in there. And I did
be there too, right?
Huh?
They have KFC now too, right?
I think they got that after, or in certain. I never ran into a KFC out there.
They are all under the watchful eye of one another.
Other amenities started popping up. I was at my last one. I was at Ramadi, AR Ramadi, and although we had more amenities than other pubs, we didn't have the best yet. We weren't that big at Ramadi. It's not that. And plus, Ramadi had a lot of setbacks and a lot of attacks. 2005.
In the middle of the action.
Yeah, they had a lot of action, and there were still mortars, when I was there, coming in, incoming too. One of them hit my fuel farm when I was managing, so that's one of them hit one of our containers, our
is a clone. Actors, news anchors, politicians are all slaves.
But anyways, yeah.
Do nothing.
Back on the topic. Sorry, guys. It's been us people who've been out there.
I've never served, but I'm very privy to what some of the missions that went on, and even privy to some classified stuff. You would call it classified, but stuff they told me that I would never say ever to anyone else outside of the military. And
it's not worth it.
I've met Gold Star families, and I've walked with them and been to their grave sites. So I'm very in the know of that kind of stuff.
See your thoughts. And
here too. So Salem we went, and Salem was perfect. There were no counter protesters. Lots of and the same representatives and people campaigning in the state of Oregon for we had Bruce Cuff, who's running for governor. We had him there both at Portland and Salem. We had Representative Joe Ray at both, and Mark. I keep getting his name wrong. Mark.
The brain is considered
for some reason I said Mark McConnell, which is the worst mistake I could have made.
Computer. The central
everybody.
processing unit of this organic machinery, and like a computer, it has the
Think of Mark
ability
McConnell,
to
him, the
send
one
and
from
receive
that was
input.
in the vehicle during
It
the
is
so-called
possible,
traffic. I'm
as
sorry,
David
military-style
Icke
traffic
suggests,
stop.
that
Um,
in order
I wasn't
to
thinking of
take
him when I
the
messed up the name, but it was
appearance
still
of a
stuck in my head. But it's
reptilian
Mark
being, you must have enough
Canahan. That's what's wrong. I keep
DNA.
thinking of an M.
The DNA
So he
may
also
behave
he
as
is running
stored data
also
that
in the
is
state of
used
Oregon
to
as a
create
representative,
the
and I
appearance
have
of
his
the
card. He's a really nice
Anunnaki.
guy. He actually came up and
As
introduced
a
himself after my little speech in
disinformation
Salem.
and
My
double
speech was just a couple minutes
it
in
is
support of the
important
prisoners,
to be
and
skeptical
after that they rang
of
bells
what
for the
David
prisoners.
I
It was also
suggests.
beautiful. We sang,
Someone may
we prayed,
not need
we
as much
had
Anunnaki
silent time, a
DNA
moment of silence
in
for the
order
boy.
to create the
And
appearance of a
both rallies in their own right,
reptilian
both
being,
coordinators did an excellent
possibly
job.
none at
And this,
all.
and again, the Patriots were significantly
These clones, the
patriotic,
slave race for
significantly peaceful,
intelligence
significantly everything
agencies
I know this community to
play
be
a key
about.
role in all
And the
of
most important thing,
America's
bigger
false
numbers,
flags.
great big numbers
With the
of
help
loving,
of
caring
these
patriots.
clones, the
And
person
they did not,
that
in Portland,
commits a
they barely
shooting
gave any
or
attention. Some
bombing is
patriots yelled
driven
back
to
over across
commit
the street
these
on occasion,
acts of
but nothing
terrorism through
nothing
mind
near
control
nothing
and
stupid, nothing,
ultra techniques.
And I blew kisses when they were making fun of me.
These
So I just
individuals are driven
That's the best
by
way to
with
counteract, with love.
messages,
yeah, just blew
hypnosis,
them kisses.
drugs,
And like I said, Kieran
death
hugged me,
threats,
and I let him hug me. Second, if you're watching this,
manipulation, and harassment.
you're such a kick my ass, Kieran. I want to like you as a
All
person, but
flag
geez,
attacks
Kieran,
are carried
goodness.
out by
He's a very
truth
confusing
seekers.
Maybe
They are
he's
conspiracy
person,
theorists
so I have to be careful with
who
my
are
own weaknesses,
victimized because
maybe
of their
he's confused
beliefs.
himself. Maybe he's just trying to find the light side.
Sometimes the
You know, the signs that they were
accused does
holding
not even
were
commit
actually
the
very
shooting, but is
counterproductive
killed
to what they
before
were
the
trying to
incident
do,
and used
because
as the face
they
of
were
the
actually
attacks.
very much like the signs we would have been holding.
Humans surrounding
See, and here's the
him are put
thing:
in
we love public
danger.
lands too.
They
We
are
want
the
public lands
people
back to the
who will be
people.
murdered,
Right.
cloned,
They seem to keep.
and
I remember at dinner when
replaced by
I
the
told him about that,
CIA.
and I said, you know, we would like
They are
and what
given
Ammon
a
is trying
drug
to say, and we all
ingest
agree on it,
by
and we
another
share this message with
person
Ammon,
who
and we're
is
trying to
already
educate
a
is
clone
that
that
public lands
causes
shouldn't be controlled by
uncontrollable
federal
and
government specifically,
agonizing
because
diarrhea
it doesn't
and
have that
vomiting
jurisdiction.
until
It's
the
as simple as that. It's
person dies.
unconstitutional.
Federal government owns 10 square acres and that's it, or 10 square miles, and that's Washington, D.C. It's the only
Yep,
thing
and
that
when I informed him of that specific, I also shared that with him. I even had my Constitution and opened it up at the table.
Anyone in the
And
area
I finished off with saying that it is to be shared. It's very conducive for recreational and public lands to continue and intermingle with ranchers. Actually, it's very conducive for the cattle. It's very conducive for the livestock and the wildlife, all to be still integrated. And he just shook his head like,
the one who commits the attack is the only
that was not an answer to
person
anything.
that
was it. That was his
The
response.
CIA.
And remember that, and I was like,
This includes
but
all
yeah.
men,
But
women,
I
and children.
that would take away your whole narrative. I
All
know.
the
I know.
crisis actors that conspiracy
So people were laughing.
theorists
They were
expose
with us.
are
The
in
locals in
fact
Burns were actually with us at
clones.
that dinner /
Here
bar
are
pizza. It was a
two
pizza place. I forgot the name of
examples
it. Really nice joint.
Conspiracy theorists
yeah.
and their
It was a really good evening,
so-called
actually.
involvement
Everybody,
with
it was
false
good
flags.
debates, good conversations, and Burns loved. They people
Adam
kept coming over the
Lanza
table to
was
sit
a
with all of us. Pops
20-year-old
and
who allegedly
who else was with
began
us?
a
10
shooting
Dose
spree
was
at
with us.
Sandy Hook
Well, I can't talk about
Elementary
why, but
in
he's working on a
Newtown,
project. He's been working on for 8
Connecticut,
years with some very good
killing
information, and he was
20
in town to try to
children
present that
and
to him.
6
Good
staff
guy, and he was with me and
just
Doug Cox.
after having killed his
and,
mother.
Curing Kieran came in
was
after
not
us. And of course, I
ignorant
accused him
of
of
the
stalking.
world around him.
Jokingly.
He
Right.
and his mother were aware of
Are you
the
following?
corruption and incompetence of
So
our
that was
government.
my report, and
They
I
were
guess it's
also
still my report,
aware
even though
of
he's,
the
gotten
Ponzi
back to me,
scheme
which is
that is the
disappointing.
US
There's no reason for
dollar
it. I'm
and
still the
its
same girl they met,
rapid decline.
transparent. I don't know
The
why they
media
want to tell lies, but it's not personal. They're doing it to everybody that they can.
his
So,
mother, as a
it's
part of the
paranoid
narrative.
survivalist.
part of the narrative, and I guess I
who
just look at it
believed
as
the
business.
world was on
Well,
the
you have to look
verge
at it
of
like this.
violent
You're popular right
economic
now,
collapse.
and they want some of that popularity.
The
And it's
media
not that you're
also
popular
claimed
because you
she
want to be
was
popular. You're
reported to
popular
have
because you're a
been
patriot. And you're
struggling
leading
to
troops into
hold
battle.
herself
And
together and had
about
been
that.
I
stockpiling
would
I-
definitely say that. By the looks of today,
and guns.
you led one of the most
The
fantastic armies
Lancers
I've ever
were
seen.
Obviously
That is so.
informed
You know what though? I
truth
didn't
seekers,
lead. I
or
didn't
what
coordinate a
most
thing. I didn't lead a
people
thing. I just reported to you
call
guys.
us
I'm not, and I just want to tell everybody that show the truth and make sure that false narrative out
Adam
there is
Lanza
counteracted
had
with
been
real video footage of the
prescribed
truth.
a drug
That's
called
That's all.
And I
Fanac,
uploaded some of that to my
which has
Facebook
side
too, so
effects that
it's gonna get
include
around.
violence, paranoia, and delusion.
Yeah, you did a really good job today.
I'm sure
Oh,
these
thanks.
drugs
I think
played
everybody
a
did. The
key
coordinators,
role in
especially,
his
and having the
experience with
representation we had there.
MKUltra.
I'm really proud of them. I'm proud of them. I just showed up.
Tamerlan
That's all, and
Zarnev
reported,
was the
and struggle with
suspected
battery and stuff.
Boston
The worst part I dealt with
bomber.
was struggling with my low-level
Tamerlan
technology and
attended a mosque
abilities. But
where he met a man named
And rain.
Donald
Really
Larkin.
good. The video looked good. It looked excellent.
Donald
Excellent.
said he and
was
Tamerlan
my hand really
shared
shaky though? Because
thoughts
I
on
was shaking really bad. I was so
conspiracy
cold too, and
theories
I
and
have a nervous system
politics.
issue. And
They
once I
also
get a little
spoke of
shake
America
No,
and its
I didn't notice too much
involvement
shakiness
in
at
the
all.
Middle East.
It actually was really well done.
Tamerlan
good.
was
Not bad for a
another
camera phone.
informed
I will
truth
upgrade, though.
seeker.
I will upgrade. I'm just about to get my show
Tamerlan
as
felt
soon as I get a
he
little
was
more
the
technically savvy
victim
by
of
people who are training me.
majestic
I will be doing
mind
what you're doing.
control, which
Here
could
soon with
program
the Oath
him
with Staff
to
Sergeant Mo.
create an
And I have the channel,
alternative
and I just need to learn to go live.
personality brought out by a
Do
single
it.
It's really easy.
phrase
I can
or
even walk you through it.
gesture.
Everybody's trying to walk me through it. I think I
believed
need somebody on the
voices
ground. I know that
were
I sound
being
pathetic.
implanted
super
in his
easy.
brain.
Okay,
He
I've been trying for 2
also
days, but
told his
You just
mother
go to
what
live
had
streaming,
felt like
and then
two
it'll pop
people
up your
were
little screen and
inside
everything,
of
and you
him.
go to
Jared Launer was the
set up your
suspect
time or
in the
whatever. What is
Tucson
it called?
shooting
Laptop,
of
though, right?
Arizona
and
Congresswoman
I just got a
Gabrielle
laptop, so
Gifford.
that will help me do what I think you're
Jared
talking about.
was
Because you're using your laptop or a
truth
computer, right?
seeker
I am. And we just
conspiracy
actually got a new
theorist.
computer. So
He's
this
trying to
He
put my
was
phone
aware of our
because that's all. But now I have the laptop, so
involvement in the
I'm
bombing
gonna
of
get
the
everything
Twin
plugged into the laptop,
Towers
and
on
then and
September
those
11th.
instructions I'm being given like that,
He
I think
was
would be easier on the
also
laptop.
aware
I hope.
of how the Federal
Yeah, it's really
Reserve
simple,
starts
actually.
conflicts to begin wars.
So I have some good equipment that was
And
donated.
The hardest part is getting from your live stream over to your chat room.
World order.
That's the hardest part of my problem,
Of
anyway.
Alex Jones.
I imagine.
So,
but we're gonna get me there, and I'll be doing. I'll do even better. I won't have great equipment like Pete Santelli for a while, but I'll have okay equipment, and I'll improve on my quality time. I have this vision. That's I have an office in my home, and my husband's getting it all over to me to turn into a studio, and it's gonna upgrade over time, depending on
I have actually an extra room that I'm gonna try and convert into my studio. And I would say my camera phone actually has a better camera on it and video on it than my computer does, which is sad.
One thing we know for sure
eventually,
is
well, we're just
not fond
we're,
of our government
we're just
or
talking
of
shop
living
now.
in America.
I can't think of anything else to talk about when it came to the rallies, though.
Of the corruption in this
Oh,
nation.
before the rallies, Daryl Thorne called me. Very
Friends
important.
of
I have a great
Aaron
message
say
to
he
put out,
was
if that's okay.
tired of
Absolutely.
dealing
You can talk
with
about
the
anything you want.
government
Tonight's your night.
and wanted to leave
Aw.
America.
Daryl Thorne called me while I was still in
This
a taxi on my
man
way into the
believed
city.
he was
And
being mind
he wants everybody to know,
controlled.
and I told people at the
All
rallies as
this
well, but he
good
wants
he
everybody
had
to know
written,
how
my
thankful he is for everything that
weapon,
everybody was doing across the nation
referring
today,
to
including being at
extremely
Portland.
low
They were able to
frequency
see us, by the way.
waves.
At that time, he
He
wasn't sure if he'd
also
see us, but he had some
better
indication
off this
that the rumors
way.
that they were being told
And the
initially were no longer
torment
true. And then I
of
found
Shotgun.
out through other wives and things, either online or
These
text messages, were telling
clones
them that they
are
could see us.
extremely dangerous,
Hannah's husband,
but
so
they are not
Hannah,
the
I interviewed
enemy.
that knows
They are
Ammon upstairs.
slaves who are
Yeah,
just following orders.
And
These people
anyways,
want
back to Daryl Thorne, he's
change
so
and to be
thankful for all the
free
support, all the love,
as
and they
much
want us
as
to
any
know.
of
Himself
us.
said also that he's
If they
had
choose
the opportunity
not
to be
to
aware that
follow an
they are all
order,
praying over
they,
us all.
along with
They
their
love us
loved
all. They
ones,
support
will
us
be
too.
killed off
They're proud of
and
us,
be
and that we are making
easily
their lives a little bit
replaced
easier in
by
there. It's very
another.
difficult in there, but without us, it would be
These
worse.
clones
And
make
knowing
up
that
the
they have this support,
majority
and
of our
that the support is
federal,
growing
state,
significantly,
and
they're
local
honored, they're touched,
politicians,
and thankful.
military
Also, his
leaders,
girlfriend
and
Christina Wright, we're
local
gonna have
police
to help her out with
forces.
her funding because she doesn't have a
If
credit card or
you
debit
are
card. She's
watching this
not too well off
video,
right
it
now,
is
so we're gonna have to help that lady out
extremely likely
for his sake.
someone you know is or has
There's
been
money being raised, but it's
replaced
not. She's
by
not
a
able to funnel it
clone.
anywhere. She doesn't know what to do next.
They are
So
one of the
I'm sure I'm gonna
elite's
call her and see
greatest
if I can help and
tools,
share with the community
but
what she
are
needs me to share to
against
help her.
who they work for.
And so he let me know about that
Many of
trouble.
the people we look to for
And
the truth and reliable information
he also let me
are
know that there's
also
there's an app,
disinformation and
Secura
double
something. I'm
agents
gonna find
working
out.
for the
And
elite,
of course,
such
on that,
as
you know,
Ron
that P3
Paul,
support list I do,
Rand
I'll make sure
Paul,
that's all updated with the
Alex
information as I
Jones,
discover it. But we
David
also have an
Icke,
app on our phone
and
where you
many
could talk to
others
the
we
inmates
look
that
to
have the
for the
system. They
truth
have the
and
system that
reliable
they can actually go to
information
that
are
and have a video
clones
conference with you
as
wherever you
well.
are. And it'll cost
really?
you 5 minutes. Yeah, right? He's impressed. It'll cost you $5. And this is only in Portland. I don't know about all the prisons, but for the Portland guys, it'll cost you $5 for 20 minutes. It'll only cost you, not the inmate, he said. And then the other thing you can do is if you're in Portland, Oregon, there are kiosks, and I've seen them. I haven't used them yet, but I've seen them. There's these kiosks, and this will allow you to talk to the prisoners at Inverness. And they're totally free. You just have to give 24 hours notice. I was going to try and put in the request for it today, but Salem took so long and never made it back in time to go do that. They close at 6 time. So I'm going to do my 24 hours notice. I'm not going to be back on Monday because I have a VA appointment Monday I have to do. I don't know what I may miss out on my kiosk visits now that he taught me how that works. And then, but I will be going over to the Multnomah County Jail and get in as many visits as I can tomorrow before I leave back home. But I'm not leaving back home until Monday morning because my appointments aren't until the afternoon. So I'm
So that means
Monday
literally, if I could get the money to do it, or put the money wherever it needs to go, then we could actually have a conference with Pete.
Yes, yeah. He's being advised not to do any interviews and live streaming right now for his attorney's a little gun shy on all that right now. He was strongly. Attorney begged him. Yeah, his attorney begged him, please, just for now at this portion before trial, please, just for now. So maybe we'll see more of them all later. It's not that the attorneys want them to be.
The emergency
It's just that the
alert
prosecution is taking everything out of
system
context
has
and
been
twisting it, and it's
activated.
making his job that much
All
harder to defend him is all,
broadcasting
because he has to
cable
go back and
systems
find what he
shall
said and then
transmit this
defend the context.
emergency action
And it's a waste of.
notification
It's just a waste of
message.
valuable time right now when he's still trying to prepare for the
has
trial.
interrupted its regular
I think that's what it
program
really
at
amounts
the
to.
request of the White
Prosecution will take
House
advantage of anything they can right now.
to participate in the
Even though it's their duty,
emergency
by the way.
alert
I looked at the
system.
federal prosecution's
During this
responsibilities and duties
emergency,
and ethics, code of
most
ethics.
stations
I was
will
surprised to find
remain
out
on the air.
how responsible they
If
are to
you are
ensure
not in
the
this
accountability of the
local
entire court
area,
and
you should
conduct,
tune to
and that
stations
due process is
providing
never
news
infringed
and
upon, that they're
information for
responsible.
your
They have a
local
high
area.
responsibility for that.
You
And that
are
any
listening to the
indictments or
emergency
charges
alert
filed, that
system.
they must
Do
show
not use your
genuine
telephone.
evidence, not
The telephone
presumption.
lines
And
should
not
be kept
substantial evidence.
open for
Yeah,
emergency
look up federal
use.
code of ethics for
The
judges and
emergency
prosecution.
alert
Of course, you can look up for the
system
public
has been
defenders too, but look
activated.
that up. And let me tell you, if you guys come to the court, unless we start holding them accountable together, where more people are going to all, because I can't make all the court dates. Like this week I was sick, and I'm still kind of getting over that. But I couldn't make all of them. So if you guys can like all start coming more often and get your representatives to come too, representatives that have a dog in the fight, specifically from the states that some of these guys have a whole record in. You guys, your representatives, your constitutional representatives, need to get in that courtroom and help a girl out, because it would be great to have more meaningful people than me sit there and witness the conduct of the court. It will ensure that I've already noticed an improvement in the court from when I first complained about both Judge Andrew Brown and Jenna. And I don't know if it had to do with my report or not, but I definitely looked up the code of ethics of the judge, and I called them out on their conduct because of their tone and body language and disrespect towards the defense. They steamrolled them. It was horrible, horrible, and that was what Jason had to defend. And I recorded all about it, and I provided everybody the link. You know, on how to deal with that and look at it and file complaints. And I've been promoting that everybody start coming to these court dates. There was a huge change. Not only that, Michelle Fiore was sitting with me on the very first one after that report. Michelle Fiore was with me, and there was a huge change with her in the courtroom. There was a huge change on the 24th of February hearing, because that courtroom was filled with every defense attorney, to include the defense attorneys with defendants that are still out of state, but they were invited to observe. And everybody, you know, was talking about filing joint motions and things like that. The conduct of the judge was vastly different and improved, and she was just I don't care if it's an act or not, as long as she's just being a judge and keeps her body language and her show of bias to herself. It would be also valuable that her mental ability is non-biased, but we'll see how things come out. It was approved.
Judges are supposed to be non-biased.
Yep. And I can tell you, if that one hearing,
Any bias at all, they're not supposed to be on the internet. That change.
Yep, and the thing is too, it even says in the code of conduct that let there be no question, and I'm paraphrasing, but let there be no question in the confidence and minds of the people that are witness, include not just the jury, but the observers in the courtroom should have a confidence, a level of confidence in the judge's decision making. And I just not earned my confidence back just in a couple of hearings since, but they have to earn that back. I don't trust this federal system because of years of abuse and neglect and lack of
the requirements to stand with those who fight for free information and accountability accordingly. Anonymous
hopefully she'll be right back.
The same group of people. Anonymous is a living idea. Anonymous,
it looks like they're doing everything they can tonight to try and take us down. It just seems that way. It may not be that way, but it sure seems that way.
We are living consciously.
Let me see.
Anonymous is a conscious
already have
focused on actively campaigning
email address
free flow of
memorized now,
accountability
because of how many times I've had to do this.
Institutions. We ask the world to support us, not for our sake, but for your own. When governments and corporations control information, they control you. When governments are allowed the power of censorship, they are able to commit great atrocities and act in corrupt ways free from the scrutiny of those from whom their power derives. When corporations are capable of using their vast amounts of wealth to manipulate or influence the free flow of information, they control you. We are taking a stand against this. We refuse to be deceived. The internet is one of the last bastions of the free flow of information in our evolving information society, and one that is capable of connecting us all. Through the internet, all the people of the world have access to information. When we all have access to information, we are strong. When we are strong, we possess the power to do the impossible, to make a difference.
Well, if you click out of here, I'll just invite you back into the room.
The government is moving on with you.
All right.
This is what they fear.
Yep. You're fine.
They fear our power when we unite. Please, do not forget this. Our intention is...
Okay, we've invited her back again. Holy crap, what a night.
To protect
I'm telling you.
flow of
this is crazy.
Information of all types from the
Hey, you're back.
Just for a proper good night. I gotta wrap it up and go. Which I was texting you just now, but we'll say it properly to everybody. Good night, everybody. Thank you for having me, by the way, Damien. Awesome show.
It was, you know what? I wanted to invite you before, and I really thank you for coming on and giving us your analogy of everything. It's good to have guests, and I like having great guests. And for me, you're a great guest.
Freedom of expression.
Oh, you did a great.
And freedom.
You're doing a great show, and thanks for the support, encouragement,
and also
speaking the truth.
You watch
it's always awesome to be on the show with
posts on Twitter.
Really
comment on YouTube.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Mo. I like listening to you when you're on the other shows, and I like how much passion you have and how much vigor you have in you, and it really does. It inspires me to do what I do too. And so, and all of the guys that are within this network that I've met and I've talked to and whatnot. So
we're a virus.
Against any individual, organization,
well, thank you. Get some rest.
Corporation.
You had a very
and
see my eyes. I'm so tired.
To handle the free flow of information on the internet and beyond. Our methods
but I love you.
Appear to be
thank you guys. Good night, everybody. Good
night, Mo.
But we argue that in this moment, when the freedom of speech is under attack by the very institutions,
well, guys, Staff Sergeant Mo, isn't she awesome?
Drastic measures must be taken. During the civil rights movement in the 1960s, access to many businesses was blocked.
So, yay! We had Staff Sergeant Mo on for the very first time. That's awesome.
She is just a fantastic lady, and she speaks the truth. She is so animated and so just so passionate about this. And I'm so happy that she came on.
Our attacks do no damage to the computer hardware.
Yes, Robin.
We merely take up
thank you, Deb, for being there
resources
and doing all that you do too. I know that you stand by Pete, and we all stand by Pete, and you miss him probably more than any of us do. And so,
as we are not the
my shout out to you, Deb,
is familiar with.
Get home and
not our present.
And be well.
And
I hope that everything in this
furthermore
thing that's going on turns out well for you, and that Pete's able to come home soon. And if you, I would love to have you on the show, Deb. I would love to have you come and talk about what you're going through and your experiences and what we can do to help, and whatever else that you need, just let us know. You can call me, and if you want,
organization.
Just call me. My phone number is 843-450-1413. You can call me anytime, Deb. I don't care, day or night.
To campaign for all
and all the people in the chat are very supportive of you, and
we make this promise and
want to know what's going on too. And so we haven't heard from you in a little while. We'd really like to hear from you and see how you're doing.
On the internet and beyond.
Robin says hello. Everyone says hello.
Organization.
So we stand with you, Deb, and
or government
we're here anytime. I'm on quite a lot, so you're welcome to come on the show anytime you want.
Corporation. And
and if you get a hold of any of your mods, most of them are my mods. so most of them know my phone number or how to get a hold of me.
Censorship, such as those who are responsible for the silencing of WikiLeaks. We are against any entity that worked towards the defilement of free speech and
Mo is a fantastic lady.
Flow of information.
She is really
our request
a super patriot.
Simple. We
I don't know if any of you were able to see her video post today from Facebook.
We ask you to consider the value of free information for you and future
if you want, I can probably post those later.
We ask you to consider the implications of information censorship, be it through the internet or physical
So yeah,
speech.
If anyone else attended rallies today, or
your own human rights,
I know Cubby did. Cubby was at a rally today, or held his own rally, and so if anyone else went to a rally and wants to report on how it went or anything like that, that would be fantastic too. Yeah, I would like to get Kenny on the show too. So, Orange Hat Man, if you hear this, give us a call, and we'll have you on the show too. And that invitation is extended to all of Pete's family, all
all the Pete Santilli family, and even to the Finicums and Lavois, or Finicums and Bundys. If you would like to tell your story, or you have anything to say that you would like to get out, let us know, and we'll invite you onto the show, and you can speak about what you want, or whatever, you know. If there's anything you don't want to speak about, that's fine too. Our lines are always open for you to talk.
People across the globe mourn the victims of the Paris attacks. The leaders of the US and UK are using the atrocity as a pretext to launch another offensive on privacy. After the two met together, they have announced that a new global anti-terror policies will be enforced. British Prime Minister David Cameron particularly made clear he wants legal ways to listen to people's phone
are very
calls
tired. You can see it in your eyes right now.
Internet use.
I'm looking at the picture.
10,000 troops will be deployed across the country, an unprecedented measure that underscores the lingering threat of further attacks.
Parts of Belgium look like militarized zones today.
Oh, so I'm going to put in the call-in number.
Streets and took over from police, providing well-armed protection of potential terror targets.
There was a time when governments tried to be hush-hush about their surveillance capabilities and plans, sensing that many people would be unwilling to sacrifice their privacy in the name of security. But not anymore. While on a tour of the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. President Barack Obama has unveiled proposals to strengthen cybersecurity laws after recent hacking attacks against Sony Pictures and the federal government itself.
Just yesterday,
I'm good. How are you?
The hack of a military Twitter account and YouTube channel.
Let me get you turned up here. And who's this?
Were impacted, and it's a reminder that cyber threats are an urgent and growing danger.
Oh, I got you now.
It's the great debate that
continues.
We're talking about your privacy versus your protection. Early tonight at 6, a new tool police agencies can use to directly through the walls of your
Well, fortunately, I've been working with computers since I was like in the 5th grade, so I'm able to somewhat figure out those issues with relative ease. Not to mention, I'm borderline genius, so it's
But we're not living in Gotham City, and this technology is real. This handheld device called the Range R can see through walls. It's already in the hands of dozens of police
it's been totally crazy, dude, watching all this and trying to figure out what to do with what I have, because even being smart, you know, it's kind of it's kind of a hindrance at the same time, because I don't really know what to go into sometimes that is not going to be too far out there for some people, you know. Like I was watching one of Spitfire's old shows today. It's 2 weeks old, okay? And I found out that they did mapping sequences and stuff with computers, and they found out that Jesus' crucifixion date was like April 3rd, 33 AD, right?
With more than
Well,
6
my
pounds
birthday is
of
April 3rd.
crystal meth crashes before
So it was
crossing
like
the U.S. border.
Well, maybe this is something you should do right here in Detroit. The government is looking for help in developing advanced drones.
No,
Experts who
I
can
do
create the
feel
algorithms needed
that
to make
that
these types
Jesus
of
was
vehicles
an
a
exceptional person
reality.
beyond what some people are. And not only in the way that he was as a person, but the things that he could do. And I fell out of religion many years ago. I'm not a religious person at all, but I am very spiritual. And I do believe that we can do things as people that
3 dimensions.
that would be considered out of the normal or out of the ordinary. I do believe that we have the gift of telecommunication. I do believe that we have yes. And even to the point, you know, some people have even honed their skills enough that they can move objects with their mind. So, and I do believe that we have the ability to
these intelligent robots
bring things back to life without the use of machines. Now,
amazing
with thought. I think that thought is the absolute most important thing that we have.
Also gonna get
So,
you hot under the collar.
in that respect, that Jesus was on the upper echelon of
statue
human
honoring our
beings.
veterans
No, I
and
agree
a
with
Christian
that.
flag
Yeah,
from
the
a
assessment
park.
of that.
You can see
And
what
there's a
the
lot to that.
statue
There's a
is
lot
up
to
on your
unpack as
screen
far as,
there.
you know,
That's so offensive, isn't it?
historical,
The town sued by a man who said he was offended by the depiction of that soldier
there's more to that, and our
kneeling
thoughts
by
are more powerful than we give them estimation based on what we have
Leaders
taken from
at Duke University say credible threats forced the cancellation of plans for a Muslim call to prayer
and we feel we're not worthy or we're not good enough, or we're always feeling like we're inadequate, then we'll always be slaves. And if we feel like that we have something to offer our friends and neighbors, or some way to contribute in a positive way, whether it's a mental one or I come over to your house and help you prune your fruit trees. Either way, as long as we're always trying to assist and be of service to others, then I feel like that we've stepped on the right path as opposed to going the other route and saying, well, it's all about what makes me feel good or what I want.
Right. Well, that was the whole the whole pretense of what he was speaking about. You know, people want to bring Jesus into religion, and he was actually anti-religion.
The fight against the curriculum became
so he was more of the
We've heard
idea
of students
that
opting out of the
we as a
Common
people
Core
are the
standardized
religion,
testing,
are
but
the
tonight a teacher
not religion,
is
but
asking to
we
opt
are
out.
what makes God powerful. It's not that it's not that God himself is so powerful without us, because without us he wouldn't have any power at all.
Not
But
developmentally appropriate for my students.
It's the fact that if we believe in something so strongly, then it can be, period. It doesn't
My
matter what it
Little
is.
Pony fans
Whether it be walking on
embrace
water,
the
Jesus wasn't the only
toys
one who
and
walked on water.
animated
A mortal man
TV
walked on water.
shows for their
He said, all you have to do is believe.
lighthearted
Okay, well, if we
nature
believe,
and
then it shall be.
focus on sweet
And that's kind of the way that I
concepts.
look at it.
A Kickstarter project
And,
takes
you know,
the
there's
My
a lot of
Little
different philosophies
Pony
out there.
toy
And
look
I tend
and
to choose the
applies it
philosophy
to a
that if God
series
made
of
us
hell
and we are Him,
beasts
then we are
bent
Him.
on the
We are part God.
destruction of
We
the
are.
world.
You know?
And is now getting more ambitious by offering the four horses of the
way we were defined in the church of God being like something that's separate from the creation.
Stewards of the
versus
symbolic
it being like
doomsday clock are
silver
ringing
clock,
the
and you
alarm
lay on a
about
beach and you fly off into
rising
space
world
and you watch to see what
threats.
that clock's going to do.
A
You know?
survey of
Well,
trends
the
by
Grateful
the
Dead does,
publication Bulletin of
and
Atomic
that's a great
Scientists
point you made
has
in the sense
placed
that I
the
see
current
God
time
living
as
through us as
3
opposed to being a
minutes to
separate,
midnight.
creation and creator separated, because the artist and the artist, or the artist and the painting.
Based on their
Are they really separate?
observations, the
Even though they
members
look
of
separate
the
physically, are they
Bulletin of
really
the
separate things
Atomic
that happen that influence each other? And
Science
that's a
and
great point you made
Security Board
in the way
find
I look at,
conditions in the
the
world
creator,
to be
or
so
that which we would
threatening
call
that
our
they're
source,
moving
or
the
whatever name
hands
you
of
want to
the
give it.
doomsday clock 2
I don't know,
minutes
it's a great
closer
thing
to
to talk about, because
midnight.
it's one of the things that
It
gets
is
overlooked in the sense
now 3 minutes
of
to
separation.
midnight.
There's some sort of
The terrorist attack
wall
in
that we
Paris
don't
galvanized
and
the
believing that
world and
not
sparked
accessible now,
overwhelming
Well, I think that was part of
sympathy.
the design
But the
of the
reaction
church.
to a massacre in
church itself
Nigeria
created
at the
that
same time
stigmatism in
has
order
been
to
much
separate us from
different, even
whatever it is
though
or was
many
or
more people
that
died
created us,
there.
and that we, that we
Nigeria
wouldn't feel
has
a part of
also
it, but
been
that we would
grappling
feel
with a
that
number of deadly
that
terror
we,
attacks. Militants
if we
from
separated from it, that we
Boko
would
Haram have
need it
laid
in order to
siege on
be something.
villages in the
And
north,
I think
killing
that
hundreds,
because
possibly
I grew up in the
thousands
LDS
of
church.
people.
I studied the Book of Mormon for
In
years,
the Middle East
and then I started
today
reading the
was
Bible, and I'm like, hey,
of Yemen has officially
this is totally different from what this
right
is saying.
now we have
And then I started reading the Gnostic texts, and then I read part of the Quran, and I read, I've read the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I read the Sumerian tablets, and I read this and that, and like thousands of
rebels, and he effectively threw in the towel. He decided he didn't want to fight anymore.
And then that was exactly the
From
state I got to. What they're
overseas
describing
tonight
now
with
is
a
saying, well,
passing of
really
a
trying to
major figure in the Middle East,
messages
King
from
Abdullah
that
of
which created us.
Saudi Arabia has
who am I
died
to
at
say
the
that
age
I
of
trust that?
90.
right. Well, I've learned that I don't trust any of those sources. I trust my own intellect above all. And like I said, I read a lot of those books, and it was the Council of Nicaea that actually kicked all those books out because they were a detriment to the church. And if those books had stayed within the confines of the Bible, then people would have started to doubt the church and what it was,
expanding its
and
influence over Arab states.
Self-guidance as opposed to looking for guidance.
A lot here in
absolutely.
the East.
Yeah, because they need that authority to be able to keep
here
a stranglehold on the people.
in Baghdad.
I was just watching a documentary last night on a scrap of cloth
leader there,
of
and its support for
papyrus
country
cloth or papyrus paper
and now in
that
the past
has
week
a phrase on
alone,
it
you have
saying that
Shiite
Mary was his wife. and
leaders here in
and even
Yemen,
within
throwing
the
country
the Gnostic
or the
text, the
government rather,
Apocrypha,
out of power.
it said it says
and the sphere of
Mary was
influence
beloved
here
above even
around
Thomas,
this entire
and
area.
that she was one of his
Saudi
disciples.
Arabia now, right
And
here in the
so
middle in the death of its king
I have to
last
take all that
night,
into account,
or overnight,
look
I
at
should say, and
the
just
bigger
tucked
picture of
away
things.
here in the left-hand corner
And that's
is
what
the
I try to get
country
to.
of
When I look at
Israel.
your picture, one thing I've always wondered about, especially with the symbolism involved in the modern interpretation of Christianity, and also definitely the Catholic Church, is you're worshiping someone in a perpetual state of suffering, and it's supposed to be the highest form of human that could exist, which would be Christ on the crucifix, you know?
Right.
And what I don't understand about that whole dichotomy is, wouldn't it be better to have a symbol of that faith being the stones, the empty tomb, the resurrection, the rebirth,
the life,
rejuvenation? Yeah, exactly, the light, instead of a perpetual state of a man hanging on a cross and perpetual suffering and perpetual, death. And that's why I realized that the main message from the Catholic Church, and not just the Catholic Church, but the spin-off
Iran
from it,
and Russia agree to boost bilateral cooperation in security and military spheres. Iranian Defense Minister Hossein Dehran and his Russian counterpart Sergei Shoigu have signed an agreement following negotiations in Tehran. The agreement calls for the developing of and strengthening rather of military and defense ties between the two countries based on mutual interests. Both sides agreed to cooperate in their fight against terrorism, separatism, and extremism.
Pretty much getting people to sign up for a death cult,
Yeah, absolutely. Perpetual suffering is a bad thing.
No, suffering is necessary for growth. And any true experience that we have where we can actually grow would come from going through the suffering of learning from our mistakes.
That I can agree with, totally. I've been there.
The only thing I always wonder about the symbolism is so powerful, of having a man hanging on a cross all the time, but there's more of the story. And that happened 2,000 years ago.
The high-level visits, which are becoming much more frequent between Turkey and Ethiopia, have gained a significant momentum in recent times. We are organizing these visits and talks in several vast areas, such as the military. Today is the start of a new era between Turkey
and like I said,
and
it's not even about religion at all. It's about the fact that this person that lived saw a way that that this life could be a better life, and that's really what it amounts to. It's not even about religion at all. And
one cannot provoke, one cannot insult other people's faith. One cannot make fun
They're asking who's on the line.
In freedom of expression,
they asked who was on the line.
Are limits.
I'm in the chats a lot, but
I've seen you many times in Pete's chat too. But no, I think the whole gist of it was that Jesus was one of those higher intelligent beings, and that he actually when I read the Apocrypha, my mind was freaking blown completely, 100% blown. I don't know if you've read part of it, obviously.
Yeah.
But
the Book of Thomas was one of the big ones that I was like, well, this is new information, because I grew up. My dad was a minister, and I grew up in the Deep South in East Tennessee, and the canon that was given to me as a child, and I was the type of kid that was raised where it's like you're taking up on your daddy's knee when you're 5 and said, hey.
This graphic footage which some viewers may find disturbing shows the carnage left in the wake of the latest heavy shelling in eastern Ukraine. These 20 people have been killed in what's reported to be 3 separate attacks on the government-held city of Mariupol.
Kind of coming out, and I'm the youngest of them, so I don't want to be. I'm not irreverent in the sense of respecting others. I never have been. And it's not that I don't respect other people's beliefs. It's like if you want to play with the toy and worship Christ on the cross in perpetual suffering, that's your business. But don't come to my doorstep and don't come into my home and demand I do the same thing, because I would much rather hold the image of a resurrection, of a rebirth, of the potential for growth, and have a life cult as opposed to a death cult, which is what I see the main message of the majority of the interpretation of Christianity. And who am I to interpret that? I mean, we have thousands, a couple thousand years of that interpretation, and I'm just one lonely, cell on this body of the earth, speaking these words right now. But for once, can't we focus on rebirth and life and rejuvenation as opposed to perpetual suffering?
Well, and see, that's kind of that's what he stood for, And one of the stories that I read in those books, and I can't remember which book it was. I'd have to go back and actually read them again. But actually, one of the stories was that, all those years that he was lost from the time he was young to the time, he was 33. Those are all within those texts. And so he was sitting on the banks of the Jordan River when he was 5 years old. He was molding clay swallows, and he would set them on the ground and clap his hands, and they would come to life and fly away. And the Pharisees came to him and said, "You can't be doing that. This is not allowed." And he's like, "Whatever." And he kept doing it, And I kind of that's kind of been my entire life. People said, "Oh, you can't do that." They said I couldn't walk. They said I couldn't walk across the U.S. Oh, you're fucking crazy. You can't walk across the U.S. I said, "You watch me," and I fucking did it twice. So it's not impossible.
Where ice and fire
one of the things I got in trouble for in Sunday school, but I was a preacher, and one of the things that I always had an issue with the story fundamentally from the fundamental view was, okay, well, if God knows everything and God created Satan as an angel, would he have known that he was going to do that before he was created? And then you get into this whole dilemma of, well, that's the intellect, and the intellect is the devil, and you have to deny all knowledge to protect yourself from, being led astray. But at the same time, if I'm a creation of the Creator, how do I deny that which naturally comes as a question from my intellect? Because that would also come from the Creator as well.
Absolutely.
And that's the hard thing to do, is not to be disrespectful, again, to anyone's beliefs, but at the same time, to not rein ourselves in. As long as I'm not taking away your right to have your experience, I don't feel like I'm out of line. Now, if I come into your home and say, you must do this, you must do that, which which again brings in the government, which is a whole other conversation. But just along the lines of religion, as we're speaking, is religion is such a powerful and strong thing, or spiritual beliefs, or how we base the compass of our lives. You know, it's like you walk outside of your house every day and you have a compass in your hand and say, well, which way do I go? Well, even today, driving down the street, there was a goat in the middle of the road. It wasn't my goat. It's not mine. But I know that it belongs to. So I pulled over and picked up the goat, threw it over the fence, and said hi to the neighbor, and went about my day. And that made me feel good. And it's kind of like those feel-good moments of assisting as opposed to being an enemy, or as opposed to trying to take what you can get and run away to your own homestead. You assist those even though there's no immediate payout. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. But
well, no, and see, I think that the problem with that herein lies, okay? If you're gonna rely on a compass for everything, then you have absolutely no thought of what you're supposed to really do, and you're trying to think for yourself. And see, when I was crossing the country and walking through these different places, deserts and whatever, even through mountains and whatnot. I mean, I crossed a whole mountain range without a compass or anything. And
now hitting the
the thing is that I think personally, this is my personal opinion. I think that when you go a route and you don't think at all, you get guided upon the path that you're supposed to be on. And that's not speaking religiously. That is strictly universal. It's on a universal plane. It's not even, it has nothing to do with religion or anything like that. It's spirituality.
I have a question about that angle, because I've thrown myself into situations like that in my own life, as far as just like trusting total intuition or going into an angle where logistically it doesn't make sense, logically, but you trust in it and you take the moment as it comes. You're completely in the moment.
And you can see what is hidden.
And if you're cold, you get warm. And if you're hungry, you eat. And if someone needs help, you assist. And if you don't, and I think that
that is the life that we were meant to live. Truly, that is actually and really the life that we were meant to live. We weren't supposed to live in boxes and get into a box and go to another box to work, and then get back into your box and drive back to your box. We were not supposed to be living and breathing and being in boxes our whole life. We were meant to be a nomadic society. We were meant to trade and barter and grow things and hunt and be human and animals at the same time. We were meant to be that. That's why we're made with two legs, so that we can run after things, and so that we can walk, and so that we could, travel. And our society has become very much everything that it's not supposed to be. And that was created. That was designed by other people. It was made that way. Otherwise, we would still be growing things and be a nomadic society. And because I live this life, but I live another life too, where I have a nomadic society that I live and breathe with. So I live within this society, but I also have a subculture of people that I'm a part of. And that subculture of people, thrive off the land. We go We go during certain parts of the year, and we go live in the woods, and we build everything out of the woods. We clean the forest. We take all the dead wood down and burn it, and we, you know, we do all the stuff that, as a nomadic society, we were supposed to do. Of course, we don't hunt and whatnot, but as far as foraging and things like that, we do that. And we know what the stars do. We know how to tell. I know how to tell you what time it is by looking at the stars, you know, and what position they're in. And part of that I learned on the road, but part of that I learned within this subculture of people. And but I, you know, I walked at night a lot, and so I always looked at the stars, and so I knew what time I knew what time it was by where the Big Dipper was, or, you know, by where Orion was sitting, or whatever have you. And
you know what you're touching on is the thing that I've tried to assess as far as the whole programming of it all. You know, the whole story we've been sold our whole lives. The one thing that hasn't been touched on as much as anything else, whether it's your high school counselor or your politician or your, you know, anyone who wants to take control of you, they don't talk about what you can do right now. It's always the focus of what's been in the past and the future. But the only place we'll ever be
is right now. Yes.
Is right here, right now. And now that's a hard thing to grasp because we have things like the Constitution and the government and this country and our identity internationally as a, you know, country and race affiliation and religious affiliation and all that stuff. See, all that has to do with the past or where we're going in the future. But where we are right now is something that is the most neglected thing that has the most potential for making any change whatsoever. And it starts with what we do when we wake up in the morning or what we're doing right now. You know, I'm on a cell phone, I'm talking to you.
Right, and isn't that amazing technology? It's amazing that we could do that.
And it's going to be a moment that will end eventually, potentially, or maybe the world will explode before then. And what happened with Jesus, 2,000 years ago, or we'll say, you know, roughly 1,800 years ago when they worked out all the Gospels, but that's a whole other topic. What we're here now, and where's our Gospel? Where's our New Testament? And our Testament is our lives.
Absolutely, yes.
As anyone that identifies what happened with Christ, not to say that you or I are Christ, it's more so to say that we have a voice in this experience, and we're using it right now. And that's all we'll ever have.
Yep.
If we don't take that challenge seriously and live in the moment, not to say that I'm not going to plan for the future, I'm not going to put away food, I'm not going to think about what I'm going to eat tomorrow, but at the same time, not becoming slaves to it. And that's what the entire programming that comes through the television, and you know, it's like you need this car, you need this, let's plant those seeds, so in the future you're going to get this car to make your woman happier.
Well, like I said, that's the continuity of the box theory. You know, we live in a box. We get into a box on 4 rolling wheels, and we go to our other box that we work in all day, and then we come directly back to our box. And everywhere that we eat, they're inside boxes. And this whole being of being in a box is being encapsulated and trapped and being within this space for this moment of time. And this is where we live like 90% of our lives, encapsulated. It's not, we're not outside breathing fresh air. We're not, you know, we're not doing the things that we were designed to do.
I don't know if you got
And
a microwave oven or what. But
I think if we could get out of that box mentality, then we could have a much bigger, brighter future. You know, we would be able to open up our minds and expand them and be what we're really, truly supposed to be.
You know, his IQ reduced by 40 points.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that makes it difficult to step out of the box is once you become unpredictable, or you take the initiative like you did on taking these long hikes and taking these journeys where you're completely unplugged.
You're not a globalist, then
there's no audience. There's no one there supporting you. You're there with your own resources, whether it's knowledge or if you've got a knife in your pocket or not, or if you have fire starter for that night. And I've taken those journeys before, and it's one of the things that will also isolate you from relating to others. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I have a big problem relating to others sometimes. I have a big problem. I have a big problem going out into society now, and I, you know, I spend a lot of time around military personnel, and I, you know, being within their culture, and even living some of the standards that they live, you know, and whatnot, and that very much has compounded into my life today. But being alone for so long and being away from people for so long, and like on a daily, because there were days that I didn't see people. There were days that I was like trekking through this dry riverbed through the middle of Arizona, and then I came onto the backside of this town, and people are like, "Where the fuck did you come from?" And I had actually walked down this dry riverbed into the back of this gravel pit or whatever it was. It was like a gravel pit, and they're like, "Did you come up that road?" I'm like, "Nope, I came down that." Yeah, they were just like, "Wow, really?" So
technology we've given. One of the quotes I always appreciated the most, I think it's Jules Verne, or I'm not even quoting that, but it was like, if you're interested in the truth, then you can't be afraid of being lonely. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the exact quote in front of me because I'm sitting on my porch right now and enjoying this conversation. But one of the things that I want you to know, and it's also saying it to me, is that we're not alone. You know, we're not alone.
No, the whole universe is right there.
Tell you become sentient.
One of the things that's been motivating me as well to reach out and say, you know, we have these means of communication. I don't care if it's being monitored. You know?
No, me either. I don't care.
I don't care. That's not my first worry. My first worry is that I know that people like you exist, and I know that people like me exist, and that we can talk and communicate in a way that is meaningful. And that means more to me than if I'm worried about or going to have the fear of being monitored. Like, monitor me all you want.
Well, yeah, everything is monitored in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And you know,
and by the way, they admit on the stock
in some way, the universe is monitored itself. You know, that's where I believe that the telekinesis comes into. You know, if you unplug from society and get out away from people, you can actually touch into the inner depths of your mind, and you know, and then you'll be able to. I did this many times. I would be thinking about something, just thinking about it, and suddenly here it comes, and I never approached anyone about it. I never asked anyone. I just sent it out into the universe with thought. And the people with the same wavelength, with the same whatever have you, they picked up on it. And here it was, right there. You know, I'd be walking down the road and I'd be like, damn, I need a cigarette. And somebody would pull over and give me a pack of smokes. Here, do you smoke? I'm like, yeah, I smoke. They're like, here's a pack of cigarettes or whatever it was, you know? And it was quite amazing. Excuse me.
Along those lines of what you just said is I spent a brief time I moved from East Tennessee, and before that there's a whole backstory, but I'll briefly convey this to you. I was squatting in the streets of LA for a bit, just to see what all the hubbub was about, and that's a whole other story. But so I was squatting around the Venice canals in Venice Beach, and
oh, I know that area. I do know that area. Laguna, I love Laguna too.
And Hermosa, I used to squat around there because it's like I don't know. There's little pockets you find where you can kind of be anonymous, but at the same time realize that everyone's so enthralled with the cable television that they're not going to bother you. And just finding that underbelly fringe element. But one night I went and found a place in the canals, and I woke up the next morning and it was dark when I found the spot. I slept under a bush with my backpack and got out, and there was a fruit tree right outside and it had 7 wonderful peaches hanging on it. And I don't know, it's like throwing that trust to the wind where you just trust in the purity of your own experience. Like if I was out looking for drugs, you know, who knows what my experience would have been, but I was just looking for the purity of the experience. I'm going to trust this, and I just want to sleep here, and I wake up the next morning, and there's 7 beautiful fruits hanging on the tree, and it's like breakfast. And
you're like, yay, universe, thank you.
I know. And I think it's always a lesson I try to get back to, but I forget it a lot. No, I forget about the lesson of now. The lesson of now.
In the past.
What am I doing now? Not what I'm going to do or what was done by Thomas Jefferson. And I appreciate his writing.
Civilization.
It's amazing. It's inspiring.
Now
I'm inspired by it, but at the same time, what are we going to do? You know, now.
Right. Well, and you know, I have this really firm belief that ocean areas, like I live in Charleston, South Carolina. It's a beach community, and there's the harbor here, and you know there's lots of boaters and there's lots of docks and whatnot. And I have this firm belief because I grew up on the West Coast. So or I lived inland until I was like 16, but I grew up in California. And when I was in my 20s, I went for a hike down the California, Oregon coast, and I have this firm belief that the ocean has this special feeling to it, this special draw, and that it's very, very hard for the dark side to live near that body of water. And you know, I was sitting on the beach, and it was close to Venice. I was down that way somewhere. I was sitting on this rock, and man, I was grungy looking. I had these shorts on and a big orange backpack, and I was hiking down the coast. And I stopped at this place to just like look and watch and feel the ocean. And this guy walks up to me from behind where I was sitting, and he had come down from like one of the beach houses right there, you know. And he's like, "Here, I brought you this sandwich." And I'm like, "Really?" And it's this huge peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a glass of milk. And then he brings me this fattest bowl of marijuana, and he's like, do you smoke weed? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, here, smoke it to your head. And he's like, just smoke it all. Like, I've got plenty. And I was like, oh my God, are you serious? And I hadn't even really, like, I hadn't met this guy or anything. And so, you know, I was like, it's this wonderful ambient life that's lived on the ocean. And it's only there. It's really only there that this specific type of wavelength or life length or whatever it is lives. And I mean, I've had great experiences in other places, but never to the extent that I have being on the ocean. And it's quite amazing.
Last week.
Yeah, you know, that continuity of the source of life for this planet is definitely dependent on the ocean, regardless whether you're landlocked or not. You know, you have that connection that, you know, gets lost in the your favorite sports teams or gets lost in your favorite sitcom.
Right. And see, I'm not into any of that. I watch documentaries on Netflix. If it's,
I'm not saying you are. And I want to make sure that we understand linguistically that whenever I say you're, I'm not
as
saying
people,
you.
yes. No, I understand because I use the same terminology. But myself, I don't watch television that much. And I mean, if I do watch television, it's like I watch Cops. That's okay. I like watching bad guys get chased down and tackled or tased, or I really enjoy that. And because if I was a cop, that's exactly how I'd be. In fact, I would probably be more brutal than that. I'd be like, you better get the fuck on the ground now or I'm going to shoot you. I'm not chasing your stupid fat ass.
Past the Kuiper Belt
You know,
comes in basically
it's so hard to understand how we can come to some sort of understanding as a species and have someone who's going to take care of problems if you're not capable of handling them yourself.
Right.
And also drawing the lines of like someone who wants to assist you for the right reasons as opposed to completely control your life. And I think that opens up the door for where does government and, you know, police come into play? Where's the overstep? Where's the boundaries? And that's why, you know, that deals with everything we've been talking about for the last, you know, 2 months as far as everything going on over with Pete, you know.
Right. Well, I've never been one to run away from the police. I've always been one to like stand up to them and say, hey, you're in the fucking wrong. You know, you pulled me over for no fucking reason at all. No, I'm not getting back in my car. You get back in your car. And I literally said that one time. Scared the fuck out of him. And he called for backup. Like 15 police showed up. And but it was like I've not been in the wrong. There's no reason for me to run. So, you know, if I'm a police officer and I pull over a car and 4 people hop out of the car, I'm not fucking chasing any of you. I'm gonna fire a shot in the air and then I'm shooting one of your asses.
And that's the balance of, you know, like injustice, because it could be the wrong day where you're the police officer in duty with that idea, and you could have had a bad day, you know, with whatever situation is going on in your life, and then that implies to everyone that all of it's unjust.
Right.
Whereas the thing I look at with dealing with police officers or even federal employees is they're still human, and they still have their own interests to look after. But the problem is when those interests can, you know, go against what even your own children are going to have to face in the future, then you have a short-sighted nature. Like, you know, holding on to lands on the West Coast for the use of the BLM, well, I'm sorry, that's not in the best interest of your kids if you live here. Especially if you have property, you're going to leave them here because you're going to lose that property, just like what we saw go on in Burns, Oregon, and the Bundy stuff, you know.
And the Bundy Ranch, yeah, exactly. And what's going on? There's a plot of land outside of Area 51 right now, and they have been trying to get that land for 20 fucking years. And these people have gold mines. They have, you know, this has been their land for 200 years. And the federal government is trying to take it to make it part of Area 51. And they're like, no.
Being full during the blizzard.
They offered them some like minuscule amount of money, like $5 million or something for it. And they're like, no, you know, go screw yourself. This is our property. We've owned this property for 200 years, way long before you even came here.
And a lot
so
more.
I see the government land grab as a detriment to our society, and it's just, it's another, you know, it's another plot to make everyone bow down and be subservient. And you know, they took all this land. We as a country, the government took this land from the Indians. This was all their home. All of them roamed these lands, and it was their home. And they were a vagabond society. They lived off the land, off certain parts of the land during certain parts of the year. And they had their wars. They warred over the land because, you know, some Indians were peaceful and some were not. And so they definitely had their wars, but nothing like we brought. And we intentionally diseased them so that we could take it. So, and I see the government doing the same thing now. They're purposely diseasing people. Yeah, exactly.
I'm voting for her because.
And you know, that's the hardest thing to think about. I don't know if it was a disconnect or if it was led by something else. I mean, you know, you think about like the conquistadors coming here or whoever it was from whatever country. But the thing that we did, our ancestors, you know, and I'm mixed Cherokee. I've got some Cherokee in there. I'm a mutt. I'm a global mutt, you know. So
yeah, me too.
I think we all are.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, none of us are full-blooded anything anymore. We are all a mixed bag of stuff. So I've got like English, Irish, German, French, and Indian in me. And some of my, I'm a descendant of King Richard III, and old King Cole is in my family line, and like and King Richard III was a brutal, ugly man, you know, and I wouldn't want to be related to him. But again, I mean, maybe that's part of why I am who I am also. So, but again, my Cherokee side maybe is the part that brings me down to earth and makes me that other part of who I am. So I'm a natural, loving, I love people, I love to help, and I love being a volunteer, and I hate money. I absolutely hate money. And I try my best to live without it, honestly. But of course you can't. And eventually this society's money will fall. Period. It will not exist anymore, and we will go back to a trade and barter system because that's just how the cycle happens. You know, things happen in cycles. So eventually it'll go back to that way. How long? Who knows? But eventually.
Well, you know, too, what you were touching on as far as the complete, you know, genocide that happened with the Native Americans on the continent. from all of our ancestors. And the funny thing is that we're a part of all of both sides, you know. We're both global mutts. I'm a global mutt. I got Cherokee, I got Irish, I got German, I got, you know, I'm everything, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of European and Indian blood mixes.
Choose their gender.
And so the problem was, I feel with that whole situation is that you have the European mindset where it's like you're not smart because you don't build libraries and write things down in books. So you have the Native American aspect where it's like, well, our knowledge isn't contained in books because we live it every day. We tell stories around the campfire or the homestead, and we also live the knowledge every day. So we have no need to write it down because we're living it.
Right.
And I think that the inferior approach, frankly, is writing it down in books to idealize. It's like climbing up the signposts that point which way to go on the road, as opposed to following the road. You know.
CBC article.
Right.
I think that's the variation that got dropped. It's disturbing is that we can build all the signposts we want, where with what we should do or shouldn't do with words or with books. The best way to live, the best way to think, the best way to be a good person. And we're going to idealize that and worship it instead of following the road that says, well, you got to go this way because it's going to take some work. You know?
Right. Exactly.
And that's what I think the difference in cultures were. Native Americans were living it. And yes, they were warring, and of course they had battles, and of course they had land disputes, even before the Europeans got here.
Absolutely.
Officially in every school in the country,
identifying even what knowledge is. If you can't put knowledge in a book, it doesn't mean that it's not invaluable.
Brains. Same thing in Europe.
And we've got to get around that somehow because we're going to cling to ideas and words and never live them. And live in an idealistic world where everything's a representation of the thing that we're worshiping that no one even knows what it looks like anymore because no one's got the balls to live it anymore.
Right.
And I think that's what happened first.
Absolutely. I would say much of the best knowledge that ever was not written down. It was passed on from generation to generation to generation by tongue and by teaching. And so it was like, you know, just like the Egyptians or the Native Americans or any of those factions that never wrote down their knowledge because they didn't think to. It wasn't a big deal. All of them knew. They all were taught it. So that's why I'm an autodidact. So I didn't go through. I went through to the 11th grade and I dropped out. And I already had surpassed my grade in knowledge because that's all I spent my time doing. I spent all my time learning. I read books. I read books. I read books. I learned from old men and women. And that's where I spent my time. You know, I spent my time at the old folks' home, and I heard about World War I when I was just a little kid because that's who I was going to visit. And so I mean, you know, I learned a lot of things that that I would use later in life just by reading and by visiting with people. And so when I got into high school and I started reading psychology and botany and social behavior and all these things that they didn't teach in school, I far surpassed that of my class. And so when I got into the 11th grade and they were teaching me the same things I already knew, I was like, hey, can you teach me something else? Like, do you have anything else you can teach me? Because I already know this shit. And so I was extremely bored in school. Extremely. I learned German because it was something to do.
age.
The only reason I graduated high school is because I cheated.
We're set.
I mean, I cheated. I knew the hall monitor. I used to lay out of high school to go to bookstores to read what I wanted to read. And they would cross my name off of the list, the attendance fee list, you know, so I wouldn't get marked against my attendance and not have the flag thrown on, oh, he hasn't been here in 15 days. And I used to have friends, and that was the thing that taught me is like, well,
from the north,
I can go from the angle of what I'm supposed to do. And as you know, in high school, you don't have a choice. I mean, it's like you gotta get your parents in trouble if you don't go to school, and that doesn't work, and your parents don't have any control of you. You're gonna.
And it's all based.
I don't know. I got out of high school, and then I was just like, well, this is all rigged, and there's no way out. And that's what led me to doing things like you've done, of taking hikes out in the middle of nowhere where it's you and nature, it's you and what your situation is, and you're looking for you're hungry for the experience of something real as opposed to something that's idealized. You know?
Right, exactly.
And that's the thing I think is the biggest trap with language, and we're using it right now. We're using it right now to even have this experience. But I think that if we work hard at it enough and we connect enough on a real level, then we can let this kind of go to the back burner again like we did before. Not just saying that we go to the past, because the past is what the past is. And I don't think there's much there to scavenge over the bones of the past. I think the best opportunity is now, whatever that may be. But I think that if we cling to the past too tightly, then we're going to strangle what's now offered. And if we think of the future too much, and we're not here now, then we're going to live a spinster's life. You know, we're going to be knitting by the fire and saying, well, I had these dreams once. Didn't turn out like I thought. But I don't know.
Exactly. That's part of the thought process, though. You know, I mean, if we focus too much on the future, then what are we doing with right now? And the same with past. The past is the past, and you can't go back and change the past. You can reflect upon it and change what you are now and what you may be in the future. And to think about the future is kind of ridiculous anyway, because it changes daily. Life changes daily, and the future may not be here anyway.
And the funny thing is that you'll never meet anyone on this planet. There's no one you can talk to that has ever experienced the future. No one I've never met has experienced the future. What we plan for is now, like it's something that's just around the corner, because we have this continuity of this experience will continue, and I must plan for this thing, 10 years from now. Therefore, my 401k, and I must have my mortgage, and I must, and that's the blink collar that gets slapped on you.
Right, but again, that may not happen. Tomorrow, I might walk out the door and get hit by a car going out to get my newspapers.
Even though the status quo up to that point, luckily it is, because you're a free thinker like me, in the sense of saying, well, I could have planned my whole future out perfectly, and tomorrow you get hit by that bus. Well, what did you do with your time here in the now?
Exactly.
The now is all we ever have. What we did is we planned for a future that was taken away from us because of the bus. Well, the bus is fault, or his fault, who cares? The thing is that we missed out on the most important thing that we should be doing right now, and that's dancing and singing and talking and communicating and saying, hey, here we are now. Isn't it great to be now?
Right, exactly.
And that's not to say we should go down the route of hedonism, where it's just like, well, screw tomorrow, I'm going to be the grasshopper who gets across the field and the crops are due, and I'm over that. It's more so of just connecting now and saying, where are you right now emotionally? Where are you physically? Where are you what are you doing? What am I doing? And we call each other out on it, and we reflect those ideas back and forth so we can be more in the now as opposed to saying, 10 years from now, if my equity doesn't come in from blah, 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 or my 401k is, oh, the market's crashing, you know.
Exactly, right? And everybody's going to be like, oh my God, the market just jumped and I lost every dime I had. And me, I'm not going to be worried at all because I didn't invest in it. And
well, because you spent time in the woods, and you spent time out knowing that there are things out there that can support you. That don't require anything other than the experience of having looked for those things. And
the whole media
right.
That's the trade-off with false security that we've been sold on. It's like an empty bag that gets dangled in front of your face when you go into kindergarten. And it's by law, every kid in this culture has to do it. And they dangle the bag in front of you. Oh, you're in kindergarten. Oh, now you're in first grade. Oh, now you're in second. You're getting so big. And oh, throw it up. And then you go into high school. Oh, here we go through high school. Empty bag getting dangled on a stick. And then you go into, you know,
to college. Yeah.
So high, and then you get there, you know, maybe you get there one day and you say, hey, I opened the bag, there's nothing inside.
In another story,
right. See, and that was one of the benefits of not going to college. Do you know that? I got all of that education. I have 20 plus years of psychology education, and I didn't have to pay for it. And I didn't have to pay for it.
That's awesome, man.
And that
I'm sure you went too young and toyed and all of these, you know, the shadow and the dark side, and how we gotta like shine light everywhere we can with truth, you know.
The truth
right.
All these taboos in our culture is really the hardest thing to face, because it's like I always joke with people and I say, you know what the biggest taboo of our time is? Reality.
Right. Yeah. Realistically, how much time do we actually have? And that's all relative to how long we live. And no one knows how long you're going to live. No one.
We don't have a countdown timer. We don't have something that's going to tell us when it's over. All we have to work with is right now.
Right.
Cruz has made the mistake.
That's all we'll ever have. The past is the past. There is nothing we can ever do to change it. The future will unfold as we go through this experience, but there is nothing we can do to change either one of the aspects other than to be here right now where we are. And that's a tremendous responsibility. And I think that's why it's so easy people give it up. You just give it up because it's like, well, I have to know where I'm going, and I have to know where I've been, and I have to have all this figured out in some sort of solid form, so I don't feel so insecure and lose my footing. And well, hey, you know what? What if we all just let go of that? What if we all just let go of it and say, hey, you know what? I want to support you. I want to support those around me. I want to support myself, so I'm strong enough to hold up others that need a helping hand. I think that's the only way to move forward. And, you know, I believe in the Constitution and the ideas therein. At the same time, are we going to be going back to that 2,000 years from now and saying, well, they had it figured out and we can't add to it?
It's just
unbelievable. Or
right.
Maybe we can move forward in a new way that allows everyone to have an equal share of our responsibility for what's happening now.
I get it.
And I don't know the answer to that, and I wouldn't even claim to, because shoot, you know, it's like I'm just trying to weigh out the experience that we're having is always going to be now, and there's no way around that. There's no way around that. We've never experienced the future or the past unless we play it over and over in our minds now, and then we're robbing ourselves of the opportunities that's before us. Maybe we're jaded because the government screwed us in the past, and we're going to be in fear of that the rest of our lives, and we shut off the thing that we weren't afraid of. But one thing is for certain, there is a certainty that I've seen 100% repo rate on, is that we're all going to have this experience end one day. Whatever persona we're in now, that's going to end one day. Now, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't forever. Maybe the laws of everything will change, and we'll be there for that beautiful moment, or scary moment of the responsibility of that. But
well, and that's another theory. You know, when this life ends, another one begins. I mean, we don't know. I had perpetual dreams, this reoccurring dream when I was like much younger. I was like 6, 7, 8 years old, and I had this dream that I was running through the jungle with other men with guns, and I knew nothing about war. I knew nothing about that shit back then, and I had this dream over and over and over and over and over. And you know that I was born in 1975, so it very well could be that I lived during the time of the Vietnam War or the Korean War, and you know, it may be that we're instantaneously taken from this life and brought to the next. Or it may be that we wait a certain amount of time or whatever have you. But I do truly believe that we live more than one life. When this life ends, I don't think that's the end.
And I'm not really complaining.
And that's my personal opinion.
It's like going on a game show and saying, do you want to spend your experience right now betting on what's behind door number 1 or door number 2? Or door number 3, and you have the world religions laid out before you, and you're saying, well, am I going to be Christian? Am I going to be Buddhist? Am I going to be Hindu? Am I going to be blah, 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 you know? And, well, the only thing you're ever going to experience is what's happening now. What's behind that door? And who knows? It's a great mystery, and I think people hate mystery. Our species despises mystery, you know? It's the one thing we don't want to have to grapple with, because we'd rather have something solid, something to bet it all on, you know?
Yeah, to grasp onto, yes.
It's like Pascal's wager, you know? It's the whole thing of like, well, I go to church every Sunday just because, you know? And at least I can, you know, somehow get one over on God when I die. And say, well, I did go to church every. So are you kidding me?
Right, and see, I can live that. I can live a better life than that, and not go to church. I can live a life that, you know, I really do believe that I've tried to do some good, and it may not be up to par in whoever's eyes, but at least I know that I tried myself to do something that was worthy of what other people would think is good. It doesn't matter if something invisible sees it. I don't care about that. I care how I am portrayed to the hearts of others. And that's where that therein lies. You know?
Well, in that way you're advancing your sense of like connecting to the spirit of others as opposed to connecting to some sort of facade that's been sold to you that you must appease, you know, like some sort of hierarchical, you know, I must bow before you and give you my all, as opposed to connecting in a real way through spirit to assisting that which is happening now. You know, you have your neighbor in need or your person, and a lot of people, many people, would say, well, I go to church every Sunday, and I'm going to drive past the lady who just fills her groceries, and I'm going to drive past the person who's just, you know, ran into another stop sign, collapsed on their steering wheel, because it's not my problem.
Exactly.
I'm with God, and therefore,
but it is our problem. It is our problem. You know, if somebody wrecks their car and I'm the first one there, I'm the one supposed to help them. I truly believe that. If somebody is homeless on the street corner, and you know, I've had many experiences with the homeless, and I've even been homeless myself, you know. But I didn't consider myself homeless because I always had a home. I always had somewhere that I could lay my head, whether it was in my sleeping bag or on a couch or you know, I've never considered myself homeless because I consider the world my home. So even though I was, even though I didn't have a real box house, I didn't feel homeless because my family is the people that I know and the people that I surround myself with and whatnot. So I've never really felt like that. But I do know that there are people that do feel like that. I know that there are people that live in my town that don't have a home, that have very little to eat, that don't ask for anything. And those are the people that I gravitate to. I gravitate towards the person that's sitting there with his backpack, and he might be holding a sign, okay, or he might not. And those are the people that I see. I see in their eyes when I sit down and I say, "Hi, how are you today?" And I sit down and I talk with them first before I give them anything at all. And I talked to this guy last week, the day we went to get our computer, and I sent my wife and my mother-in-law in the store to go look, and I went and talked to him, sat down on the curb and talked to him. I was probably out there half an hour, and we just talked, you know, like people. And he used to be in the Navy. He's a vet, and he's been through a couple divorces and whatnot. He's a really awesome guy. And so I told him, I said, I'll be back out. I got to go in and talk to my wife, but I'll be back out. So I went in and told my wife, you know, what I was doing and whatnot. And I got a couple of things I'm going to grab for this guy. And she's like, why? And I said, because he needs it. And I don't. I have a place to live, you know, and he needs these things. And he didn't know that I was going to give them to him yet, but I did. I already knew. For some odd reason, I knew exactly what he needed. And so we went back to the house after we got all our stuff done. I said, you wait right here, all right? And we'll be back. And so when we went to the house, we got everything unloaded and whatnot. I grabbed the stuff I was going to give him, and we took it back. And I was out talking to him, and my wife's like, come here. And she says, you think he'd like something to eat? I said, of course I think he would. She's like, well, ask him. So, you know, and that in itself showed me that what I was doing is leading her to see things my way without even trying. You know, and
well, that was a true example as opposed to living some sort of facade where, yes, we must help the poor, but that only means we go to church and they tell us to help the poor, and we're going to affirm that to each other, but we're never going to really do it.
Right, we're going to give money to the offering plate, and when somebody homeless comes and sits on the doorway, they're going to tell them to go away. It's exactly what they do. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes.
And the feds behind them laughing at following death cult as opposed to rejuvenative, you know, life cult, like life, you know, rebirth, resurrection. Let's focus on that. You know, can we focus on that instead of perpetual suffering? Because the problem with focusing on perpetual suffering is that you think it's okay for others to suffer and you can do nothing about it.
Right. I agree.
And that's the thing that I always had issue with the mainstream interpretation of that certain religion. And I grew up in it. My dad was a preacher in the South, and I had to see all of that. And the thing that I always, you know, again, I still scratch my head about is like, you're going to worship death, so you're not going to worship rejuvenation and the life you have right now. I mean, instead of focusing on what happens after you die and making sure you're on the winning team, how about you focus on what are you doing right now You know, it's like.
Right. Well, that's, you know, we were supposed to perpetuate kindness. That's what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to help those less fortunate. We were supposed to help those along the dreaded path to get back onto a path that would lead them somewhere. And that in its entirety is the basis of what we are supposed to do. So by the law of Christ, okay, quote unquote. It's not to go to a building, and Christ said, Jesus said, you know what, my Father's not in there. He's not in there with all that money. He ain't. He said, he said,
I mean, and that's one story that you don't hear much servants.
I know, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that at all. They're like, they don't want to talk about it.
I never heard a sermon all those years of being a child in church of now Jesus got really pissed off one day and made a whip. And it's described in detail. He constructed a whip, went into the temple, started overturning, you know, the
tables. Yeah.
And it's not fun.
Beating money changers with a whip.
Yeah, he was mad.
How many times do you have people talk about Jesus doing that? You know?
That's one of my absolute favorite stories to tell.
That's why I can see the stuff that's going on. I can see the stuff
Oh, I know. And that is absolutely one of my favorite stories. But they choose to go around that.
No, I know. It's like, well, no, he was humble and you always turn the other cheek and you let the government roll you over.
No, he did not. No, he was angry. He wasn't always meek and mild. He was mad. He was extremely mad.
Yeah, and it's all right there. It's all right there for anyone to read that in the Bible. And people listening to this, like, bust it out. You know, read about the temple, what Jesus did in the temple.
Right.
No one talks about that. And if that's your source of getting guidance, there's a time to be mad. There's a time to be angry. There's a time to be outraged. There's a time to construct your own list and go in and say, enough's enough.
Yep.
And if you don't believe me, then just, you know, read the book. Hey, if that's what you're going to go by,
then read it and follow it and get mad. Yes. Exactly. You gotta go into church. You gotta go into church and say, while the offering plate's going around, be like, no. Are you fixing to give this to a homeless person? Because you're not fixing to give this to a homeless person. I am not putting anything in it.
It's a line.
They don't say, well, we have light bills and we have the pastor's salary and we have.
Oh yeah. See, that's another thing that makes me mad. You're gonna pay the pastor of the church. He's supposed to be he's supposed to be the bringer of the word of God, and you're gonna pay him money. God doesn't need money.
You know,
if that's who you're gonna follow, God is this omnipotent being who doesn't need money. I guarantee he doesn't have a dollar. I guarantee all the millions and billions of dollars that have been given to church, not $1 has ever seen God's hand. Ever. Guarantee it.
And you know, one thing, I was never exposed to the Catholic faith, and you know, I bring it up a lot just because of the representation it has on the planet with the Vatican City and, you know, Pope and all that.
And another great representation, and I don't mean to cut you off, but it's the LDS religion. The Mormon religion is by far one of the richest religions in the world. Besides the Catholic religion, oh yeah, they demand 10% from every person in their congregation.
To harass us, to mess with us.
Yes.
Always
demand it.
Get bigger and more successful. God just opens more doors. Providence.
And that's before taxes.
And so,
seeing the Pope bounce around in that Pope deal with 2 inches of bulletproof glass, it's like, well, there's faith in action, right?
You're
right.
Fight beside us.
That's a great example.
And
you know, you're the spokesman. You've been chosen as a spokesman for God, for, you know, the humble masses, and you're behind two just a bulletproof glass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's a great example for me in my humble life.
Well, that's some faith you have in your God there.
Like, I don't know. If I felt that chosen, I don't think I'd be sitting behind bulletproof glass.
Toe to toe.
No, I wouldn't. If I felt that protected, I wouldn't. I'd be right out in the open. Wouldn't even matter.
And that's what amazes me about how the truth is right there in front of your face. You see a Pope bouncing around in a Popemobile with behind 2 inches of bulletproof glass, then I would say that it's safe to assess that they're not necessarily the protected one here to deliver the message to the masses.
Stuff like
right.
You know.
Exactly. What kind of faith are you? What kind of faith are you showing in the God that you represent when you don't even have the faith enough to get out and meet the people and feel like that you're protected?
And to create a fog of confusion.
And people see it, and they love it, and they love that living relic. That's what the Pope is, a living relic.
He's a relic, all right.
That's the animating
context. Gather around that, and they'll follow that. And it's sad to say, but I mean, the message is lost in the representation. Well, we must protect the living relic. It's like, okay, well, it could be a living relic. It's like it could be your chicken, or it could be your drone, or your neighbor. I mean, anything you build up to such a level of protection, there's naturally going to be a good one around, and then you go from there. But yeah, it's like Vatican City and Swiss Guard and all that. It's like going on for days about it.
Oh man, I could go for probably weeks on this subject. Honestly, yeah, because I mean that's how deeply rooted our society has become within all of this, and it's sad. It's sad because religion is such a religion takes us and tears us apart as a community. It does.
For everyone else to learn
unified. And that's
from
the thing
our
that I think
mistakes, from our successes.
More relevant now than ever. I mean, you have 30,000 different branches of Christianity. And it's like, okay, well, and I grew up with it. There's quarrels that come with saying, well, you should be baptized before you die, or else you won't go to heaven. And other people say you shouldn't be baptized, and it's up to you. It's free will Baptist versus Baptist. And then you have, on and on and on, all this interpretation of the scripture and everything else. Meanwhile, now it keeps happening. Here we are, we're still here, and we got to come together somehow. But sadly, it's been used as a tool to separate as opposed to unify, and that's exactly why it's fueled by the state, and that's exactly why political affiliation is used to divide instead of unify.
Oh yeah, have you heard how much in this political race they have mentioned religion?
Oh, I know.
Religion. Marco Rubio is all about religion. And, I see him as so fake. If he was more fake, he would be a Ken doll.
I know, huh? That's a great assessment of that, that's for sure.
I mean,
you understand?
Seriously, I mean, he may have dark hair, but that's as pretty much as blunt as I can be.
So lazy, they just cut and paste.
Yeah.
If you read their 5 or 6 articles attacking
you have experience in understanding psychology, but the quickest way to make people not think is to go for an emotional reaction first.
Yes, based on belief. Based on belief. If you get to the heart of something that somebody really believes in, you can turn their whole life around. You can turn their whole thought pattern around.
And belief is an emotional reaction.
Yes.
Belief is just belief is all based on emotion. It has nothing to do with anything else other than emotion.
Vehicles to quote.
Absolutely.
As soon as you are emotionally attached to an idea that has been fed into you, whichever way it came from, then you're not thinking for yourself. You're thinking for a belief.
Right. Right.
I mean,
And he
you know, I don't want to offend anyone, but I mean, that's just the way I see it, you know.
Well, no, there's no offense. There's no offense intended. I mean, and that's just a simple truth. You know, it is, and that's the whole philosophy behind psychology. You know, is to know what's inside people's minds, and you know, these people have people in the background telling them, whispering to them what to do, and this is how you get to these people, and this is how you get to these people, and this is how you get this voter base. And I don't see how they can manipulate people by using their faith. See, to me, that's wrong. And
they tell us what to do. And
I think that
this group had delivered us out of tyranny before and had
yeah. I'm just getting some coffee. I had my wife bring in some coffee. No, I think I'm just.
I don't want to take up all your time if you have other people calling in, but I'm really enjoying this conversation, man.
I have not heard anything on my call waiting, and I do have call waiting. So
lets us win. This
But-
is the group that hamstrings us. This is the group telling us they control reality and that they
You're so
are
inclined,
the
which I've never been
intellectual
one to do that. I've always been eat potatoes, leave me alone. If you want to talk truth, we'll hang out and talk. I think why it's so easy, the majority of people is, first of all,
one of them's a Judas
to walk down the path of truth takes accountability.
leading.
There's no way to walk the path of truth without accountability.
Right. Well, I can.
It starts with the individual. It starts with your own perception of, okay, well, what is even truth? What is the truth, you know? And that doesn't mean you're going to be in black and white worlds of like, well, what's truth and what's not. You can be surprised. I mean, things change, life changes, circumstances change.
Exactly.
You throw yourself out there, but if you're not accountable to yourself,
I think we should do one of these.
how can you expect anyone else to be accountable to you? Like a politician. You think a politician's going to be accountable to you? To your own self, you know?
Plus.
Yep.
And so the great thing that's sold to everyone, I feel like, that keeps the game rolling, is that no one should be accountable. We're just going to like wear these masks and pretend that we are accountable. And that's the funny thing I always joke about is like, you ask any person on the street, do you trust politicians? Oh, hell no.
Yet they vote for them every year.
You know, it's like, okay, well, good luck with that.
And they don't trust them, but they still vote for them every year.
I know, and I don't understand that psychologically. I don't understand that.
Well,
I don't understand how you could go and pretend and be proud that you voted, but at the same time, out the other corner of your mouth. And that's compartmentalization, I guess. That's psychological thing as well. Compartmentalization.
It is, and it's the
your
same.
experience into all these little boxes. And whatever comfortable you feel at the moment, what's happening now, you go into one of those boxes.
Well,
You
it's
never
because
experience all the boxes at once. You know?
I think that's because people truly want to believe. They want to believe that they can vote for somebody that will actually do the right thing. And the whole thing is, after they get into office, they have their own agenda. And it happens time and time and time and time and time again. And people don't learn. They still want to believe.
And if you have a memory greater than a flea, then it would only take a couple of years to realize that. But here we are, you know, decades into it with dynasties, you know, forming between Clintons and Bushes and You know, it's like, seriously? There's another Clinton up for office? There's another Bush up for office? I mean, seriously? You know, it's like,
Yes. Lady.
I don't know what to do about that. I don't even know what to say about it other than just, I'm just stunned that people,
1% tie.
you know, I mean, how can you expect, you know, if you have a system that's based on garbage in, garbage out, that you're going to get anything other than garbage?
Tells you everything. In fact, we need an article about this.
I mean, that's the only thing I know to say about it. Even it's like
populist revolt.
There's garbage going in, and that's all you got to vote on. And there's going to be garbage coming out, and get used to it because it's going to be around a while.
The shadow.
Well, you know, I can touch on that. I can touch on that manipulation base because when I was younger, when I was much younger and growing up, and I had a child psychologist and whatnot, I literally manipulated her to the point that she quit. And I was young, you know, I was about 12 or 13, and I stopped seeing her, and she continued with her practice, but she eventually quit because she just couldn't grasp why she couldn't figure me out. And I did. I manipulated her to a point that she eventually like went crazy and quit. And I feel bad for it now, but back then it was fun because I could twist her mind and bend it and make it think whatever I wanted to. And now I don't have that need. I don't feel that want to do to people. So, but if I did, I would run for president, and
national polls,
and I would win.
The problem is that it's always out there. I mean, it's like you see it if you ever see cable. I mean, it's like emotional reaction is the way that people are manipulated. We know that.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's more so if you can start an ad by getting an emotional reaction, then you already bypass the critical thinking skills of the person, if they have any, which is, it should be considered a superpower now, critical thinking. You know, it's so rare. And I'm not trying to be facetious or, you know, elitist and say, well, but everybody knows, you know.
Because not everybody,
are pretty rare.
yeah, not everybody does know that.
I know.
But that's exactly, that's,
Think about
that. No, that's not critical thinking.
no, it's absolutely not. It's a choice.
Because when I look at choosing vehicles, it's like, what is the purpose of the vehicle that gets me from point A to point B? Does it function? Does it do that? Yes, then I'm done. I don't care what brand it is.
Is it reliable? I do have certain criteria. Is it reliable? You know, what is its record? I do have, you know, there has to be that there too. But as far as presidential candidates, I mean, you could pick one and it's not going to be any better than the other because there's a faction behind the president that runs shit. And that's what it all comes down to. The president doesn't really make any decisions at all. He takes his opinions from a group of people that are beyond and above him. And people don't want to see that.
Because there is denial that they don't have control of their situation by going into the magical voting booth and making it different. Because they've been alienated from their own true power, which will only ever be found in what's happening right now, not what they're promising they're going to do. And that's a trap. I'm going to do this. I promise I'm doing that. I'm going to do this and that. And then they get in there and it changes. And alienation from what we can do now as people, what we can do for our neighbors, what we can reach out and connect with people around us is the thing they want to keep us from till the end of, the whole game, and as long as they keep us from it, we're going to be disempowered people.
Absolutely. Some of us are going to continue to be free thinkers, and and they don't like that. They don't like the free thinker because the free thinker can't be manipulated that way.
Yeah, because the critical thinking aspect throws a wrench in the whole emotional reaction where it's like, I see that, I see what you're doing. You're trying to make me feel bad right now for whatever it is. You're trying to make me feel happy or ecstatic. And you're bypassing my critical thinking skills by giving me an emotional reaction. Because, that's the funny thing. You never see commercials that are totally analytical. Because no one reacts to that instantly. And you get into marketing and commercialism. You have to have an immediate emotional reaction from any product you're selling. And that's why all presidential campaigns, that's why all commercials, anything that is commercial, that you're selling something or wanting something to believe something, has to have an emotional basis, or else you're not going to get past that. Oh, whatever, those are just cold facts, and I'm not emotionally attached to those. Even though they can help you out more than the initial emotional reaction, emotional reaction.
Right.
I don't know, if you look into psychology, even just psychology 101, beware of the emotional and knee-jerk reaction, always. Whether it's a partner or a commercial or a spontaneous buy at the grocery store, there's that packaging making you feel like you're going to be glad you go home and eat those M&Ms.
Exactly. This is my buddy, green M&M. This is my other buddy, yellow M&M. And we're going to go eat some M&Ms.
And they need
exactly. And their whole I watched this marketing deal once on orange juice, and it showed this orange juice plant, okay, and this was like a documentary kind of thing, and all of these orange juices, Tropicana, Minute Maid, whatever, Donald Duck, whatever, it all came from the same factory. All of it was made in the same factory, and they slapped a different emblem or in a different bottle or a different jar or whatever, but it all came from exactly the same place. All of it. And then they package it and market it through these different places, and they say, "Oh, this is our orange juice, and this is our." No, this is one orange juice that they put in all these different bottles, and it's exactly the same.
That survival.
It's all about the image around the orange juice, just like it's the image around Pepsi or Coke. I mean, seriously, like corn syrup, water flavoring.
That's it.
And you start seeing advertisements where they're talking about the Black Knight. I don't know if you saw that ad. It was crazy. It's our show the other night. I didn't even know about it till he showed it.
Are you talking about Soylent Green?
Find out
Soylent Green?
Libido, energy, stamina.
I can't remember the name of it.
This is the best product I've ever used.
About how the Black Knight satellite's gonna unite the world, and
find out why.
I don't know, because aliens uniting the world, and I'm like, okay. Yeah, this is over Pepsi.
I watched a documentary just last night that said satellites don't even exist at all.
Key element.
They're all a figment of everyone's imagination, and the government made it that way so that they could build take for example your dish. Okay, you get satellite. When they come to pick your crap up, they don't pick your dish up. Do you know why? Because it's meaningless.
And we also have the new Pro Pure.
It absolutely has no bearing on anything, because all it's doing is picking up a wireless signal. It doesn't come from space.
It is so important to filter.
It was a very interesting documentary.
breathe and put on your largest organ, the skin.
Oh, right on. I see it.
You know, I said I'd get into.
I don't know, man. The idea of like the problem is living in a world of illusion is like, well, how do you even begin to find truth? But you took that route. And my wife too, just like, well, I'm gonna disconnect and wander through these woods right now and get back to something that's real. But the problem is she comes back as an alien, you know.
Well, hey, what if we are? What if we are aliens? You know, in ancient text, in the Sumerian text, it talks about the god Marduk, okay, who mixed his blood with the elements of the earth and made man. Now, what does that sound like? That sounds like bioengineering. That's taking this blood. Alien. Right, but supposedly they came from somewhere else. They made man from their blood and the dirt of the earth. Okay, and there are parts of our DNA. There's a piece of our DNA that is not from Earth. Period. Is not 100%. Is not known. So where did that come from? And
1,000-year elliptical orbit.
Absolutely, I could do a whole show on that.
Babylonians talked about
it. Because that's one of the things I've always thought about is, okay, well, even if you go past the scientific understanding of our genome, the human genome, our DNA, if you go past that and just look at how we are positioned in this experience on Earth, we stick out like a sore thumb, you know? Humans stick out like a sore thumb on this planet, you know?
Yeah.
The Kuiper Belt.
Don't find equilibrium with our environment.
That's what they delisted it as.
We're all over the place as far as any kind of balance. You know, and I'm just saying, as species as a whole, regardless of
constantly
whether it's Native American or, you know, European or anything, we've always been inbound, and the closest to it would be the Native American experience. But at the same time, we don't have all of their history because it's not around anymore, you know?
Right.
Unfortunately.
But even then, we still have stories from the Native Americans, you know, that said, hey, there was ant people, and they came out from the earth and they guided the Indians into, I think it was the Hopi Indians, that they guided into the earth to survive this cataclysm. And hey, who am I to differentiate the difference between the truth and if they said that this is part of their history, who am I to not believe that?
It does show how the ancients were.
I wasn't alive. This was hundreds or even thousands of years ago, you know? So
and there are big asteroids that hit the earth.
Well, you have the similarities in the stories that
and the elite
go between all even Aboriginal cultures talk about the sky people, and you have these similarities. You have the biblical testament in Genesis talking about, you know, the sons of God lay with the daughters of women, and they made giants, and
yep.
Enoch, you know,
yep. And it's been proven, it's been absolutely proven without the shadow of a doubt that there have been giants that walked on this earth that were tens of feet tall. 20 feet tall.
That's one of the reasons why the Apocrypha or the books got kicked out. I mean, you can't have that kind of mythology going around. And you know what? It brings up the thing that I always felt like one of the biggest calamities in the history of our species. From what I understand, because I wasn't there. But the burning of the Library of Alexandria.
Oh yeah, that.
I think that was the biggest loss that changed our history, what we're experiencing right now, even. Knowing where we come from and knowing our origin, having any connection to to the truth of that, I think that's why that library was burnt to the ground. You know, and it supposedly caught on fire a couple other times. And I guess the attempt didn't work because someone was there. You know, people like us were probably standing in the streets with buckets saying, no, this can't burn. We're going to fight to the end and make this shit, you know.
Exactly, yes.
All the ancient true history.
Yes.
Everything that we base our reality on is here. Because, you know, God people came down and see it. We still even have it now. Like even in Genesis, just like.
Well, even within some of our, artwork, some of our past Renaissance era artwork and whatnot, they have depictions of UFOs in them. Leonardo da Vinci painted UFOs within his artwork, and it was definitely focused on, you know, Jesus and Mary. And did you know within the Apocrypha it also says that Mary, Jesus' mother Mary, was also born of the same way that Jesus was born, by what would now be called artificial insemination. Because we know that you can't get pregnant without an egg and a sperm. So it would have to be, if anything, if it's going to be, you know, if anything within the genitalia wasn't messed with, then it had to be artificial insemination. It's the only possible way.
Yeah. He claims Obama. And the thing is interpreting the stories now with the crossroads we're coming to, and understanding that the fundamentalist picture has been so boxed in. The only way to move forward is to understand that there's an off-planet influence, and I think that the most apparent evidence of that is just in the leadership that we keep falling for. I mean, that's the thing I always get to is there's no way that, you know, an elite society will destroy the planet that they feel like they're going to have to live on as well, unless they have an off-world world plan or an awful world influence to say, well, we can trash this because we've got this backup plan. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
They want to shut
Right.
us down.
Exactly.
They want to shut us up.
But I don't know, the national conception
podcast,
of, you know, the whole story, and also in the book of Genesis, and you have the awful, I mean, it says it right there, genetic mating of sons of God with the daughters of man. I mean, I don't know how you could get more specific than that, really.
Right, right. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
You know, aliens came down and made it with people, and that's who you are. That's the only way you can get more specific, you know?
Exactly, and that would explain, you know, some of the differences within our cultures, or on different continents and whatnot, that they had not seen each other before, you know. When Pangea was a unit, before everything got split, you know, maybe that was one of the determining factors in, you know, in our species growing, was, you know, Pangea was split, and then they said, oh, okay, well, now we can put this here and this here and this here and this here, and it's really like having a set of petri dishes and seeing how everything grows. I see the Earth as a giant.
Analogy that you just said is amazing, because the story of the Tower of Babel, where all the tribes were split and given their own languages to break up the unity.
Exactly. Well, and I see the world as a giant petri dish anyway. I have for a very long time, because, you know, certain things grow on certain continents, and no matter what, you know, like Okay, like kangaroos and whatnot. They're in Australia, and that's the only place they are. They're not in Africa. They're not in India or anywhere else on Earth. The only reason that they're anywhere else on Earth is because people have taken them there. And it's the same thing with any other of the animals, you know? We each have our specific designated animals that were put on our continent for some specific purposes. And like China has panda bears. Panda bears live off of eucalyptus. And eucalyptus and, not eucalyptus, bamboo. They live off bamboo. Bamboo grows there, you know? And we also have bamboo here, but it's not centuries old like it is from there. Koala bears live off of eucalyptus, and it will, you know, all these things are coincidental to the places that they are. And I don't think it's just an adaptation. I think it's like literally what they were supposed to be on, you know? So
the good man.
It's
Well, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, you mentioned the petri dish angle and looking at it, and yeah, I agree with you on that. It's like it's hard not to see it as that. And one thing that I always thought about the Earth being was kind of like a DNA living library. I mean, where are you going to store your DNA? Are you going to keep it in tubes and never see if it's viable? And I'm just speaking from the angle of, you know, the stories of evolved creatures that can, or evolved intelligences that can manipulate genetics. You're not going to fly around space or in between dimensions all the time with a bunch of tubes in your craft, or however you do it. I don't know enough to say for sure one way or the other, but it's just all speculation right now I'm going into.
Well, that's another thing you could look at. What if Noah's Ark was a giant cryogenic chamber? You know?
Exactly. Because it's the only thing that would make sense. Because physically, it's impossible. You would have two lions you chose eating the two gazelles on the first day.
Exactly.
And where's the gazelle at? You know?
And then it does.
Exactly.
What are you gonna call? And people will always say, well, you know, the hand of God was in it, and therefore he made sure they weren't hungry for. But you know,
whatever. For months, really? For months, really? Or years? We don't know how long the flood took to go down. Only how long it rained. And who knows? Maybe that ship. Who knows?
Exactly. And that's the unknown that people feel uncomfortable with, that I feel like is the barrier to saying, it's a mystery and we don't know. All we can go on is what we're experiencing now. And I mean, I know it's physically impossible because animals, they eat each other on the same boat, float around for 3 months plus, you know?
Right, that's practically impossible.
They're going to start to test, and they're going to die off, and you wouldn't see any predator animals alive today if that were true.
Right.
Because they would have started test. Now, all the animals that ate seed, you got a big granary because it's going to take a big boat, and that boat wasn't big enough to have enough grain for. I mean, and again, that's approaching the logistical side of the description of how that went down. But at the same time, how else can you approach it if you're going to take it literally? If you take the Bible literally, then you have to approach it logistically. There's no way around that unless you always write it off the miracle or well, it was divine. Well, maybe it was, and maybe divine is what we define it as being influenced by extraterrestrials or whatever we want to call it now with our new set of definitions. But
right.
I'm just saying the door is always open for me as far as speculation because I don't have any concrete, black and white. This is the way. This is exactly what happens when you die. This is exactly what happens to get on the winning team and buy the winning ticket and walk on streets of gold. Because I just don't want to function that way because it sucks all the beauty out of life with the mystery. You know, and the mystery is what gives beauty to life. I should say, you know.
Exactly, it does. It absolutely does. And you know, mystery is beautiful. It really is. but there has to be a logistical side to it also. And there has to, I think logically, that's just how my brain works. I can't go on unicorns and fairy dust. I just can't. And I would like to be able to, because then, I would be a little bit closer to mankind. But my brain doesn't work that way. It works more in the way of speculation as to what really happened. What actually really happened. How did these things actually come about? Because I don't believe that some chick just got pregnant just by the hand of God. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I believe that Mary was artificially inseminated, and that her mother was the same. And the product of that, the product of that was Jesus. And okay, he may have had an extraordinary mind because he was half alien, not just a quarter alien, but half alien. So that's why he could talk to the superior beings, because his mind was expanded enough to do that. And maybe the reason that he disappeared to the Garden of Gethsemane was because, hey, he had to go meet up with somebody and be like, look, I really don't.
Times I've seen about
flowery bushes and transmuted things written into stone, and
yes, exactly. Like, where did all these things really come from? Don't tell me some fairy tale, because I want fact. And that's where it all becomes very obscure to me, because I want to know facts. I want vetted information, and so I speculate on things simply because, hi Karen. Oh, and Link said hi to you, Deciduous, earlier. I have to speculate on the things that actually could be, like, really, not half-told stories, or
2 degrees away.
Well, and having the environment where you can speculate on an interpretation of a story without being labeled as you're a heretic and oh, that's terrible, and you're questioning the whole. No, it's more so just leaving the door open.
They're so rich, all their
and if I'm ever in an environment where the door is not open to speculate or to use our mind to assess what's happening right now, from what we've been told or what may come in the future or whatever, if we can never speculate right now and somehow contribute to it, then how can we ever grow, or how can we ever learn, or how can we ever learn it? I mean, do anything.
How can we ever really know where we came from? Exactly. Well, I would like to know where I really truly came from.
Oh, I know, man.
That to me would be the ultimate. I really want to know what I came from and where I came from, and I don't want some fairy tale. I never did like bedtime stories.
Everybody's gonna die. We'd be better off without humans.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I saw that in the white papers and government documents 25 years ago. 20 years
I'm going
ago,
to hell, huh? I love you too, honey.
Now it's just been mainstream. As they create artificial derivatives, as they give themselves trillions of dollars and then give us.
So we'll wait for him to call back, because I'm sure he'll call back.
Everything they can to shut down industries and companies.
And meanwhile, I'm going to step outside and have a cigarette while we wait for him to call back.
The whole green movement, they make sure that we only get boondoggles. It is a post-industrial world where the elite transfer the technologies, the power, the systems to themselves.
Hey, I don't know what happened. Your call dropped. I guess we got too close to talking about mystery.
That happens. That happened to my freaking computer earlier. It crashed when I was talking to Staff Sergeant Mo. Like, I don't know if they got a bead in on me or something.
Listen to this show.
No, I don't know. I was just saying, not leaving the door open. And I think that's the funny thing about all the world religions. When I look at all the world religions, and you read about them too, I've always been intrigued by them as well. What makes people believe in a certain thing. And I think that the one angle that I've always noticed is that all world religions start with a mystic. It starts with someone leaving the door open. It starts with someone saying, hey, there's something greater, and it's a mystery. And, seek it for yourselves, and look for yourselves, and follow the path with your own lamp, and on and on. But then people get a hold of it, and they're like, well, this is just too much of a mystery. We can't handle this. We can't work on our own. We can't use our own minds. We've got to nail this down in concrete. We got to.
Right? That would be totally wrong for us to think for ourselves.
Intelligence operatives, General Hamid Gul, and the head.
We can't do that. We need somebody to tell us.
The number 2 in the Japanese
and the more that we deny the mystery, or the more that we speak for ourselves, the more we'll go along with whatever tomfoolery anybody wants to sell us that sounds concrete. Because that makes us feel more comfortable and secure. But the big secret is that no one's secure. You'll never be completely safe. But you can embrace the mystery and explore who you are while you have the chance of who you are. And if you want safety and security, then forget the ideas of liberty. It's never going to happen. If that's your most important thing, safety and security,
magazines and newspapers,
then forget about liberty, because it's not going to be something that's even possible. But you can have liberty if you explore the mystery. I don't know.
Well, you can't have liberty if you depend on somebody else to think for you.
That's actually too close. In a long.
We can't be afraid.
Because that's exactly the opposite of liberty.
Yep.
But what I was quoting was
and I think
Musk in
it's
the news.
The thing that's happened to when you delve into all the world religions, whether it's Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, even Islam and all those, you have the interpretations that all started with mystics. They had their visions, they had their interpretations. It's like a rock falling in a pond. And I'm not standing up for any of those. I just observe them. I'm not saying anyone is right or wrong. But there is a pattern there that I've always been fascinated by, because the rock falls in the pond, and then the ripples go out in these wide arcs, and they travel way out. But the ripples are not the rock. The ripples are not the mysteries, and they're not the mystics.
Right.
And that's why all of the mysticism was dissected from the canon of the Old Testament and the New. You can't have mysticism in a strong form to get people corralled, because they're going to be scared to death. You've got to dial it in to where this is exactly what happens if you don't believe. This is exactly what happens if you do. And you got a safe bet there.
Right.
I've never been one for a safe bet. I bet on the mystery any day of the week. I'd rather take chance over some sort of stale, cold story that I got told from 1,800 years ago. And maybe that makes me a heretic. But I'm saying that about all the world religions, and in that way, I guess I am a free thinker. But I'm not an atheist. I don't know what I am. I have no labels.
I think I'm probably closer to like an agnostic or Gnostic idealist than an atheist, because I do believe there's something. I just don't believe in a named God. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in calling the mystic God, or giving it a name, because it's so much greater than that. It really is. And if it did, if we are descended from something of that much higher intelligence, then it would be very facetious for us to give it a name. And I just can't do that. So okay, somebody gave a name to this because they didn't know what to call it. Okay, that's great for them. But me, myself, I choose not to give it a name. I choose not to give them a name because they, and it even says in the Torah, like I've read the Torah too. So in the beginning of the Torah, it says that they, a group, came to this planet and chose one to preside over this planet. So, or to be the god of this planet, or what have you, you know? So, okay, that's what that says. It says that out of many, one was chosen. And so that leads me to believe that it's not just one God. There's not one God. There is this whole group of planetary scientists or whatever it is that came here and bioengineered us and made us and put us here because this was an acceptable place for us to live. And maybe they are pure energy. Who knows? You know, maybe they are something so far removed from us that that's why we can't see them. Ants can't see us, and we live on the same planet.
We are not in that future.
Ants have no clue. Ants have no clue that we're there until we step into their ant hole.
Engineered is to get us under full economic,
Christian perspective in Genesis 1:26, the quote was, let us make man in our image, in our likeness, and let him rule over the fish of the sea and all that. But this is our thing,
Exactly. And then people want to say, oh, there's one omnipotent God. And you're like, no. The Bible directly conflicts that. And so...
And it goes on to say, man has become like one of us. Well, this is us thing,
Right.
People will say, well, that's the Trinity. I'm sorry, but, if you look in your history of the church, Trinity, the idea of the Trinity didn't come, it came way later than Genesis. I mean, that's not even in the same ballpark as time,
No, that didn't even come until like 150 AD or something like that. It did. The Trinity wasn't developed until the Holy Roman Church came up with the idea.
To describe what they
and then you have the stories of, Elohim and Anunnaki and
yes.
Names of the tyranny. Are we just supposed to ignore that and pretend that the ideology that we've been interpreting from the church is the truth and ignore what the actual writings say? And that's the contradiction that I see is so overwhelming of just like, can you read it for yourself and interpret what you're seeing as opposed to having a pastor say, no, it's actually the Trinity they're talking about there.
Right, because...
I'm sorry, you go a step further, and like we just said, the Trinity wasn't around then. Wasn't the concept,
Right. Well, the Anunnaki were part of the Sumerian teachings, and Sumeria is the oldest known civilization on Earth. They actually lived. It's not some fantasy. It's not some myth. It's not some hoax. It is an actual civilization that lived, and we have living manuscripts from them. So when they say that this book, the Bible, is the first known teachings of our civilization and whatever have you, that's false. That's totally 100% false. The Sumerians wrote about our existence long before and our creation. They have their own creation story, and it does not say what the Bible says.
But now he sounds
that's funny you mentioned that because one of the most disturbing things along those lines is the sack of Baghdad and also the Iraqi wars that have been going on, and all the museums that got looted and artifacts destroyed. A lot of those were Sumerian tablets. That's interesting, just thinking about going the angle, disconnecting even further the origins of our species, you know?
Right.
Any way to even ever find out. And it's not that, it's just like the museums are getting sacked and no one guarding them, and all these artifacts, Sumerian tablets that don't exist anymore. And they existed before the Iraqi wars, but now they're gone forever. And unless there's, you know, unless you have access to probably a controlled photographic library where you can go and actually read them, you can't just stroll through a library in Iraq and check them out.
Right. Right. And even if you could, you'd have to be like Iraqi intelligence or government to get in there, because they won't allow that stuff to be seen by anybody else.
Exactly.
They just won't. It's the same as the Egyptians.
National news as well. It's not like, you know, not making that up, I'm sure. You know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's an interesting thing too, to think that if it relates to the motives of the burning of the Library of Alexandria, at least the story that we've heard of it.
We know they're psychological.
Same thing with destroying all artifacts or anything that can convey to the species that exists now, having a connection with stories from the past or any type of guidance of like, hey, or a hint even. What's so funny is that was destroyed, but we still got Genesis talking about all these multiple gods, and it's like, okay, how do you ration that one out? You know, and it's printed many times over. You know,
exactly. And how do you explain that when you say there's one God? And I can't in my mind of mine understand why they would say that when it's self-explanatory that there were more than one being. And I say being because if God was an omnipotent, invisible, all-seeing, all-knowing being, then how would we be in its likeness? How? Because I mean, it's not possible.
And the hard part is that the scripture will say one thing, but someone can come along and interpret it for you to where you don't read it for yourself. You just believe what they tell you it means.
Yeah, I'm not good at listening to other people's interpretations. I mean, I can have a good I can have a good debate on things and whatnot, but that doesn't mean I'm going to believe it.
Going to Michael
Like I even debate with church, like missionaries and stuff like that. I used to debate with Mormon missionaries all the time. I was like, okay, answer me this, and they'd be like, and I'd totally stump them on their own stuff, and that's because I've read their books, you know. And I'd be like, well, explain this to me.
Research, linking all
the forgotten book you'll never hear a sermon on as long as you live. Song of Solomon.
Over the next,
and it's some of the most beautiful love poetry you'll ever hear. It's Solomon, you know, and the Song of Solomon.
Oh, Songs of Solomon, yeah. Songs of Solomon is really good.
He's talking about how beautiful his wife's breasts are. You know, you're not going to hear that on a Sunday.
Right? Exactly.
Right there, you know, and it's like, you know, everybody's listening. If you don't believe me, just read the Song of Solomon, you know?
Right. Well, that's just like we were talking about the Book of Thomas earlier.
Thank you for joining us. That's a little, 7-minute intro.
Even I don't think we have a delay on the phone, really. It's like we were talking about the Book of Thomas earlier. You know, the Book of Thomas says that the Book of Thomas said that Mary was the most beloved of all the disciples, and that Jesus loved her even more than Thomas. And Thomas was his right-hand man.
is it going to be the big?
But she was more beloved than Thomas.
Mr. Schneider.
And you know, and when I think of that, I'm like, see, there's something to that. There's something to that, and it's more than just, you know. And she was at all three of the pinnacles of Jesus's end. You know, she was at his crucifixion, and she was at the Last Supper, and she was at his burial, and she was there when he rose. She was the first person to see him when he rose. And so, you know, that all brings a great a great piece of the puzzle together, you know.
News networks, they told us.
Yeah, why would that need to be hushed up unless you're trying to take a figure and turn them into a inhuman kind of example that you can never live up to, because you're going to want to make as a human. You're going to want to have a wife or a husband or whatever, you know?
Right.
And I think that separating Christ from any human emotions or feelings made it easier to turn it into you know, unattainable thing. Or unless you're trying to turn it into a death cult, because you can't have fertility and celebration of life and mating in the death cult. You just can't. You have to demonize it, and that's why sexuality again is pretty much kept on a very short leash, you know.
Well, not only that, but if Jesus was married, and if he consummated his marriage and all that, that would destroy everything that the Catholic Church has worked so hard for. It would totally destroy everything. And you know, that even came from the person who presides over the Templar Church now, the First Templar Church, and where they you know, supposedly, you know, it was in the movie, in the Da Vinci movie, the Da Vinci Code, and I watched that, and okay, he had, I think he had something there, and it may be fiction, but I really believe that he had something going on there. And you know, they found this scrap of paper, or this scrap of papyrus, after that movie came out. So, and it's, yeah, it literally says the things that Tom Hanks and the old man were talking about in the guy's study at his home before the other shoot, what was his name? Cyrus or Silius, before he came in and, you know, said, give me the box and blah blah blah. You know, Jesus did literally say that his wife was Mary, and the disciples said that he used to kiss her, you know, and that would and they used the word wife in this text on this scrap of papyrus. So, you know, if Jesus did do all that, and he had a bloodline, and then it would be very it would be in the best interest of the church to hide that, because he was supposed to be this celibate man of God who, you know, never did any wrong, or he wasn't man, he was God, and blah blah blah. And so
what are they gonna do when those
it leads to a lot of hidden stuff by the church, because they were worried about their church. They were worried about their church surviving, because if any of this actually got out, it would be a detriment. And that's the same as with the stuff that was taken out at the Council of Nicaea. Had none of that stuff, those are the keys of knowledge. Say what?
What you're saying right now ties directly into the control Dead Sea Scrolls of the Catholic Church as well.
Yes, exactly. It absolutely does.
The Dead Sea Scrolls came out and they were like, oh, this is great. This is going to validate everything we said. They started translating. They're like, oh, okay, we're going to buy those up and we're going to release those collectively or through the archive. And that's just like,
Yeah,
okay.
because it directly conflicts with what they said.
40% of the Dead Sea Scrolls that are fragments from King number 4, they were being unpublished and unreleased. There's nothing on them. There's 40% of those. And at first we thought it was going to validate their case and validate their whole story, but then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's going to just go into archives along with all the probably alien skulls and.
Oh no! Almost all of those manuscripts have been transcribed. Almost all of them. Almost all of them have been what's the word? 60%. Yeah, actually, you can go look at them, and it's in the Nag Hammadi library. That's where they came from, Nag Hammadi. So if you go to the internet, and actually, I'll post a link to it right now.
Naked with your hair on fire, screaming.
The ones that did release,
everything.
The ones that did release were more of a validation, and there were some that weren't released.
It's reached that point.
From what I understand, and maybe my sources are wrong or just.
Oh no! Watch. You watch. I'm gonna post this link, and you go to this library, and you're gonna be amazed because it's got the Sophia of Jesus Christ. It's got the Gospel of Truth. It's got the. I've read almost all of these, and this is where I learned a lot of the stuff that I learned that made me doubt a lot of stuff. So what I'm gonna do here is actually go to the library, and I'm gonna post this link because I believe this to be very important to the learning process. But
I think that's big time information. It's something we should all, be concerned about when you have something like the Dead Sea Scrolls coming up in this last century, and no one's like saying, "Hey, let's peruse this. Let's start talking about this in church." If you're in church,
yeah, absolutely. Now, why can't I?
It is
there we go.
Deal. Breaking Hillary denies email hack.
I always found that they were
yes, translated. Thank you, Mary. Almost all of them have been translated, and almost all of them have been translated and put into.
She denied that she had classified emails. Then she said she'd given them all over. Then there were more. Now there's above top secret. Above top secret. Boy, you don't hear about that. That's
yes. In fact, they were translated by two different people. Actually,
for that.
Yes.
And then one of the things that I was always following along those lines is how the story kind of, at first it was like, this affirms everything we've ever said, and then as they got into it, some of them never made it out. But if you say they all been translated, I'd love to check that out. I've read most of the ones that were released, but I was curious about if the rumors were true, which is pretty much the thing of our time. What do we believe? But I always thought it was interesting that that's not like some sort of new revelation, and the whole story of everything, you know, and even more of the story, like you were saying, you know, the things that they hold that
how do we stop them from
people could read about or explore, or even to find out what's going on there. And again, it's from so long ago. How do we know? How do we know?
Yesterday,
Exactly. So here is that link, guys, and there are like so many books within this.
She turns around and looks at him.
So many.
I mean, like
she
has come face to face with the enemy incarnate.
Yeah, and that's one of the things of you know, where do we get our guidance from? Is it from the pastor is getting a place to live in a car, and we're going to say, okay, well, tell me what I do. And there's nothing wrong with trusting someone or having a mentor. I'm not saying that, but it's more so just like, can we read for ourselves? Can we decide for ourselves when it comes to having a deeper understanding of this experience, or are we always going to pass that responsibility off to someone else to tell us, whether it's a politician or a preacher, you know?
You expect them
Right.
to keep doubling.
I've never been good at that. I don't trust politicians or preachers.
No, me either. In fact, I contradict them, and they don't like that. And I actually debate with them on things, and they're like, where did you come up with this? And I'm like, I read it. Like you should do some research, and you know, get out of that Bible school and actually do some real research. But listening to those other people and do some real research. And you know, I know a guy, and he is he's a really awesome guy, and he really knows the Bible well, and you know, we talked about the Gnostic texts, and he's like, well, if it's not in the Bible, I don't read it. And I said, well, it was in the Bible, they just took it out, you know. And he's like, oh. So it was part of the Bible, they just deleted it. So you know, when I hear people say that, I'm like, well, why don't you read the whole Bible? You know, the part they took out too, because that's important. It really is. If you're going to understand something, you should understand everything about it, not just a part of it. And so learn the stuff they don't want you to learn too.
Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing I was always told as a child is this entire Bible is blindly inspired from God. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to read the whole thing. I'll get back to you on that. Spent many hours sitting in sermons where they just touch on the ones, and then there's certain things where I started digging through, and I found, and I'm like, well, what about this? It's like, oh, well, yeah, you're just thinking it's the wrong way. It's like, well, why don't you ever do a sermon on this? Like the Song of Solomon. Well, I mean, do a sermon on a love poem that's in a Bible that you're saying is divinely inspired by God, I guess, would be not a good move for, I mean, I don't get it. Fair. I mean, you know, it's like, is love a part of life? Is
most definitely.
Is part of the Bible? I mean, what are you saying? Because you're sending a good signal when you say the whole thing, and I'm like, okay, well, why don't you talk about this one? It's like, oh, well, you know, that's kind of racy, or I mean, what? You know, how do you just dissect? If you're going to embrace the whole thing, then you embrace the whole thing, and you look at the whole thing. You can't just selectively embrace, you know, little pieces of it that, you know, uphold your dogma.
Exactly, and that's what it really comes down to.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've read Morals and Dogma too. So I have read so many books. I've even read the Necronomicon. I've read the Satanic Bible, and I've read every piece of literature that I could get my hands on that was in some way a piece of what we have or what we are. And so, I mean, I spent probably the first, I don't know, I started reading when I was about 5 or 6, and I really didn't stop reading until I was about 20. And that was like novels, books, whatnot. And then I started getting into the whole religious text thing. So, and psychology, of course, and all that, because it goes along with it. And so all these things go together. They connect and they form a puzzle. So it's really interesting to see all of it and how it fits together and how it tears each other apart too. So
commerce is at a record low.
Yeah. I was just taking a breath. Because
No, it's okay. I plugged in my phone charger while I was talking to you, and I wanted to make sure that it didn't do anything crazy.
But I do need to I need to run away for a minute.
Oh, sure.
But I'll be back.
I don't want to keep you, one of the things I was going to say is, if you envision this real quick, a pastor getting up in front of his church, and he's going to say, today I'm going to talk about the passage from the Song of Solomon, and he says, your 2 breasts are like 2 spawns, twins of a gazelle that graze among the lilies.
Right? Hey, how would the church take that? Yes, Cindy, that's fact. Yes, coffee and restrooms. That's what I need right now. I'll be right back. That's cool. If you want to keep them company, that's fine too.
I can ramble on, I don't know.
Right?
Hello everyone in the chat room. You're listening. This is a great conversation. I think we've talked, covered about everything. Politics, aliens, survival, religion, psychology. It's awesome.
Will get us to Mars. That will take us to the next level. We're here from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central. Back weeknight, 7 o'clock Central, InfoWars.
Well, okay, I'll keep talking to you guys. So I'm just hanging out here, and I've been really enjoying this conversation with Damien. And
4 to 6 p.m.
I
will be live.
I don't know if you guys have read the Song of Solomon, but check it out and ask your pastors if you are involved in churches why they've never done a sermon on the Song of Solomon, being that most of the messages that are given to population or the whole Bible is inspired by God, which, hey, I'm not questioning anyone's beliefs here, just saying, hey, don't cut it out. You're going to embrace the whole thing. Talk about it. Talk about the whole thing, not just segments of it. Because then you get a fragmented view of reality. I don't know.
The economic collapse
But I always enjoy the poetry of all the religions. Whether it's Rumi, I really like Rumi. And, he's an amazing poet. You've ever heard of Rumi, R-U-M-I. Some amazing poetry there. But the Song of Solomon is kind of like pillow talk. Something you would read to your significant other when you want to appreciate them or, frankly, get in the mood. It's like the very light of the Old Testament. That makes any sense at all. But,
folks that
the very light of the Old Testament, Song of Solomon. Bust it out. Read it to your significant other. Get them in the mood, yo. And if anyone's ashamed of that, then hey,
never
so be
really
it.
even have socialism. It's always big crony groups managing
I don't know.
socialism. It's
Life's crazy, huh?
Socialism and communism never really exist in my view. I've studied all these systems. I mean, it's just, it's a bunch of offshore people above the law getting everybody to.
I think it'll all become clearer as long as we don't close any doors and we can talk open and honestly and respect each other. You know?
Indian reservation.
I think that's the key to
Everybody knows those are screwed.
having a wonderful experience. Find as much honesty as you can in your life and
No, it's fascism.
good friends that call you out on your stuff and you call them out on stuff.
The Democrats, liberals, no, they're out of control fascists, and so are the Republican leaders.
Yep.
And I'm sick of them. Bernie Sanders is a disgusting.
I'm just watching the chat room scroll right now. You guys are making some great points.
All day.
Talk more on the puppet masters. You mean the ones that
Walmart for the slave labor.
the ones that have programmed us to think that they are puppet masters. Something I always think about is like, how set up are we? You know, by the mental constructs that we've been sold.
He's not
on.
there. It's just class envy, class envy. Oh, the Walmart.
There's such a great responsibility. I think, you know, one thing I always thought about is the psychology of humans.
Take their
It's not that we're
billion that the families got.
It's not that we're afraid of being enslaved. We're more afraid of being free. Because with true freedom comes a greater responsibility than being a slave. When you're a slave, you're told what to do and you know what to expect. When you're free, you have to be accountable to yourself and you have to be accountable for your choices. And I think that's the big dilemma we're going through. We idealize freedom, but if we had true freedom, I think we would be scared cuckoos of it. Because no one would tell us what to do.
And they've signed a
And I think we've gotten so used to that on every level, starting in standardized schooling and started on, you know, I mean, it starts from birth in the culture. And I think that,
because it's designed
we don't know what real freedom is, you're right. And I think it's the biggest thing for us to identify in our own lives. Unless we're accountable for where we're at now, we're never going to be able to even experience freedom. Because freedom is a terrible responsibility. It's not just like winning the lottery and skipping off into the sunlight. I think freedom is the scariest thing you can ever experience as a human because it's a great responsibility. Terrible responsibility. But also the most rewarding thing you could experience. And that's just my opinion. I don't know what I'm saying because I've never experienced true freedom either. Because I still have to buy gas for my truck. We're going to have tickets for the circus. You know how that goes.
Clinton last night with Richard Reeves with her on the campaign.
I know we're up late tonight, huh?
They'll be on with us for about
This
15
has been an
minutes.
amazing conversation. Hope you guys haven't been bored out of your mind or offended because
Bringing up the fact that experts are saying
just talking about whatever
has been
comes to mind. And
the former Secretary of Defense.
I think that, having your own take on things is the most important thing you can do, regardless of what anyone told you to think or do or believe. Roll with what you can know.
Exactly.
I don't know. I've just been rambling here, man.
That's okay. It's quite all right. Thank goodness for home offices.
Yeah, I know, huh?
Right. I can get coffee and all that good stuff. And
extra emails.
Nice, dude. Oh, man, it's been so great talking to you. I think we're kind of like-minded folks here, you know? It's like, I've just been really appreciating your perspective on stuff, and it's so refreshing to have that, you know? I'm the one who's kind of gone down
the rabbit hole.
same,
This is deep into the rabbit hole, too. You know?
so stupid.
And I think one of the things I always
her constituents, they're not
remember is,
stupid.
you know how in
They're
kind of the scripted things that people try to sell you on, like, you know, this is what will happen when you die. This is what will happen. One thing I accepted a long time ago is there's no finish line to this experience.
Exactly.
There's no finish line. There's no finish line to consciousness. You know, there's no winning moment when you say, I'm done and I don't have any more work to do.
Well, here is an unequivocal fact, okay? Energy is not created or destroyed. It only changes form.
You didn't build your business. You can
Period.
keep your
It is an unequivocal fact.
for your guns.
Yeah.
And cut that into.
I think the most dangerous concept we were ever sold as a species is that there's a finish line. There's like a destination as opposed to the journey, you know?
Right, exactly. And it's all about the journey. The life is all about the journey, period. There is no destination.
Take the arm that wields your
and without it,
the body that
without it being embraced, then we shut down and only focus on the finishing chord, you know, the big hurrah, the big crash of the cymbals when we've made it, and we're done, and our journey is complete. But at the same time, that would mean there's nothing new to experience. There's nothing new to learn. There's nothing new to grow into.
400 feet.
And,
Right, which I don't think
in a
is
crazy
true.
way.
I don't think that's true at all. I don't think for 1 minute that that's true. I honestly think that there is definitely something after this.
Come to me, and they would just.
Otherwise, what would this be for?
You folks, this is a cult.
What would we do all this work for if there wasn't something on the other side of it?
Their Thulsa Doom woman jumps off platform.
In the meantime, instead of spreading and having furrowed brows about our 401k, we should have been dancing in the meadows with the children.
Yes, exactly. Learning how to forage and hunt with our hands.
We should have been climbing trees barefoot and fishing and whatever, you know. It's just we miss out on the beauty so much because we get swept away with the doom and gloom. And I go both ways, you know. Of course, there's a time to talk about everything because everything's valid in our experience. But
True.
man, did we miss out on some beautiful moments, you know?
And there is some doom and gloom in there. There really is now, because we've made it that way.
The good halogen, all those other halogens are bad. The fluoride, the
But truly, there is a real life out there to experience. There's something other than this
the clothing,
this corpuscle of boxes that stands in metropolitan cities. And okay, I live in a city. It's not a huge city, but it's comparable to the ones that I lived in before, which was a capital city. I lived in Carson City, and it was a small capital city. As far as capital cities go, it was small. It's only about 50,000 people, and it's not got. It doesn't have the amount of problems that most major cities have. It's got its share, but overall, it was a really good place to live. And the same goes for here. This is a really nice place to live, regardless of some of the crime that happens and whatnot. It really is a tight community and whatnot. It's very religious oriented and church based. They call it the Holy City for a reason, and but there's a lot of good people that live here. You know, I love this town, and I moved here a little less than a year ago, and I absolutely love it. No, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina now.
Oh, nice. You're close to my home state, Tennessee. I grew up in East Tennessee.
Whereabouts? Cookville?
And you get incredible.
Okay. Yep, I know where that is.
Water filtration system that you and your family
The only way I could ever describe it to people throughout my life was like, you ever in Johnson City? And if they didn't know that, I'd say, well, you know, Knoxville, hour and a half out of there.
Yep, I've been to Johnson City too. That was a nice little place.
We've got the Hillary for
Yeah, that was a big city when I was a kid, going to Johnson City.
Charlie Pride sang about that town.
New limited edition
Yeah, exactly.
Info
What was that song?
stored
What was that other song too? I heard Johnson City referred to was
and
shit. Was it the road show or it was like Rod Me Mama Like a Wagon Wheel?
Oh, that's Wagon Wheel was done by Crow something or another.
Yeah, it was always funny hearing that song. It's like, I know where Johnson City is. That used to be the old Thomas Mountain. There's a place just called the Down Home there. Where they would have a lot of bluegrass bands and like just random music come through. And that was like a staple. And I think that's why those guys even knew where Johnson City was, because the Down Home was
And then Darius Rucker just redid that song actually. The Medicine Crow Show. I'm sure is that what it's called? Medicine Crow something or another.
Yeah, the Medicine
visiting
Crow Show or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then Darius Rucker just redid that song here just a little bit ago.
Yeah, that song's been everywhere, man. It's crazy hearing like Johnson City, a song that got that much recognition because it's like Johnson City. It's like,
on an express elevator.
But, you know, if I don't hear Elizabeth in a song, then I know it's the end of the world because no one does.
On an express elevator.
I grew up next to a cow field, to a rock that dried cow patties. That was always to their time, so.
Incredible.
Now I'm in Oregon, on the other side of the country, but.
Yeah, I saw that. You're in the Portland area, right?
No, I'm actually in Southern Oregon, the Applegate Valley here.
Oh, okay. I lived in Coos Bay for a little while too, which is kind of in the middle there, but.
Or we turn into what we've got here. A bunch
I
of
spent
stupid,
time,
arrogant.
I first moved from Tennessee. I moved to Harlem, New York City, with a couple suitcases and like $1,000 in my shoe I saved up, and then spent a time there, and I'm like, okay, not for me. And then I moved back to Tennessee, and then I moved to Nashville, then Murfreesboro, then I moved all the way out to Los Angeles. And then I lived in Hermosa for a while there, and lived in California about 7 years.
Yep, I know where Hermosa is.
And then I was like, and then I moved to Oregon, and I've been here for the last 8 years. So
Hermosa in the Central Valley.
I mean, it's all happening.
What's that?
Hermosa in the Central Valley.
We're screwed.
Am I mostly in the Central Valley? Is that what's better?
No, Hermosa in the Central Valley of California, out by Fresno.
Michael, thank you for
Hermosa
joining
Beach, that was
us.
south.
Oh,
There
gotcha.
for a while, and Silver Lake, and then
I
Venice.
want to get into
Venice is the place
some
I
other issues on
wised up,
science
and
with you as well.
I bought an RV at first to live in, and then I realized the parking's a nightmare because you gotta have 2 spaces.
Two little
It's about parking in Venice when you're looking for 2 spaces together, you know?
Let's
Yes.
800
I was in the van testing video games for electronic arts.
We're gonna go
And they had a $20 a month membership for the gym there, which is great because I parked my van out front. I got a 24-hour gym. You got showers, you got bathrooms, you got a game room, you got like, and saved up money and bailed and moved to Oregon.
And what we've got
Kind of hacked the system there in LA without having to pay rent. And,
world government,
you know,
planetary SDR
Exactly.
currency that's digital.
but I miss those simple days. I always like driving down to the beach, and when you want to move and you live in a van, you just turn the key and all your stuff's already packed. That's what's great about
What do
it.
we do to stop this?
Yep. Well, I used to travel like that out of a backpack. It was nice. Actually, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's enough about me. I don't want to rant on about like all the experiences I had. Man, this has been a really refreshing conversation with you, dude. I just subscribed to your channel, and I'm gonna give you my email right now in the chat room because I don't care.
Yeah, me either. That's why, you know, I'll say my number on there, and I go through my calls anyway. I don't get very many calls anyway, but I put my number on air specifically for my listeners and for Deb. You know, I really want Deb to call in. So if she does hear this and she gets the chance, I want Deb to call in, because I would like to have her on, and you know, they're really important to me. Pete and Deb, I've been listening to them for quite a while, and I didn't even know they had a chat for the longest time. And I finally, you know, I turned my phone the other way one day and I was like, hey, there's a chat room. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, there's
like 10 years. I stumbled upon the Beast Essentially show, I guess, like 4 months ago, and started listening to them and doing stuff around the house and stuff. And then when things went down in Burns and I knew Pete was going, I'm living in Oregon, so I was like really on there all the time. And ever since then, I've been kind of hooked with there was this chat room up there, and then that's how I found out about Spitfire, found out about you, found out about Mike, you know.
Yep, that's how. Well, I listened solely to Pete. I didn't listen to anybody else on YouTube. I was, you know, I was surfing through YouTube one day, and I watched. I'm subscribed to a few channels as far as like UFO stuff and whatnot. I've got some other channels that I subscribe to that are science channels and stuff like that. And then I found Pete, and I'm like, hey, this guy is awesome, you know. And he talks about the Constitution, and he talks about First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. And I love Pete from the moment that I listened to him. And then all that stuff in Burns happened, and I was up like 20 hours a day. I was always listening and always on the chat. And then after everyone got caught up and Lavoie was murdered, I was here every day, all day, half the night, almost all night, and I got to know everyone. And then I started listening to Spitfire, and I started listening to Mike, and Lynx came on, and then I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna start a channel too, because I noticed Pete's chat went down, and I was like, oh no, this can't happen. What's happening? I gotta talk to my people. And so I was like, well, I'm gonna start one too, so people have a place to go at night and chat, because there was no chat room up. And so that's why I started my channel, how I started doing this. And then you know, I want to get into some of the other criteria, you know. I listened to George Norrie for a long time, and George Knapp and Wells and all of them were on his show, and I listened to Art Bell for a very long time before that. And so you know, I think that I may have something to offer people by way of different, you know, a little bit of different content. And I like touching base with those things, and maybe I'll be able to get some contacts and get some.
For the growth of good paying jobs. Texas
Totally lost my word there. Guests on that, you know, like Sergeant Mo. Sergeant Mo's awesome people. I'm glad that she came on tonight. I'm glad she made time to come on. And I like having people that give me something to think about and give me something to talk about. And so, and I'm glad you came on. This was a really, really awesome conversation. And
yeah, no, I really appreciate it, because it's funny what you were inspired by. And yeah, I was looking into, I've been looking through it, getting all the stuff, you know, all the software, and you get your encoders, and you got to figure out how to use Hangout on a live feed. And I've been looking through all that like the last couple of weeks too, trying to get something going on when I can do it. And the great thing is that you've been doing it. You know, you're doing it. You're not you're doing it. You know, and that's what it's all about. Just getting on there and doing it. And again, I'm very glad, you know, that I caught this, because I was out helping a friend prune his fruit trees all day, and had some time, and it was a great, great conversation. We just, and that's all you can hope for, you know, is you're doing it and you made it possible, and otherwise we probably would have never even spoken to people. You know?
Right. I appreciate it too.
And that's what I always like about the spontaneity and what's going to happen today. Am I going to take a risk and call into a number that disappear? Yeah, of course. And here we are. We've been talking for a couple hours, and that's amazing, you know?
Yeah, it really is. I like getting on a subject and being able to speak it with someone and toss around ideas and even, you know, just look at the possibilities, because as much as we know, there's always somebody that knows something else. So
yeah. The wise man knows how much he doesn't know.
Exactly.
That's the only way to approach this experience without becoming a Nazi, pretty much.
Well, you know, and I'm not the kind of person that says, "Oh, you're wrong, you're totally wrong." No, I would never do that. I always give thought to something, and I'm not gonna say, you know, I've not said anything about religion being wrong here or anything like that. I never would, because I'm not going to stomp on someone else's beliefs. It's just my belief, you know. If somebody wanted to come on and debate their beliefs, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all, and I'd listen to it, you know, and whatnot, and I would give them the counter, and so. That's what we're supposed to do.
I've always found that intriguing, because I think, you know, if we were surrounded by people that believe just like we do all the time, that didn't have any alternative take on things, then how are we ever going to grow, you know?
Exactly.
And there's a line to that, you know. It's like, if you're believing things, that you should be able to come to my door and come into my home and open my fridge and eat my food, then you're going to have problems. You know, but at the same time, when we're talking about these things that all tie together, and that's what was great about the topics they were talking about tonight, it's like, and you get it, I see how, you know, you realize that your interpretation of religion ties in with extraterrestrial, and extraterrestrial ties in with aliens and politics and the way we're programmed ties in with some connection. I mean, it's just, all the topics are related.
It's all a big puzzle that fits together, and as much as people don't want to see it, it's there. It really is, like, out in the open, and it's there if you really delve into the material and look at the facts. It's there. I mean, it truly is right there in plain sight for you to see.
Which is the best place to hide something.
Absolutely. Well, my friend used to say that. He lived across the street He lived across the street from a police station, and he dealt drugs all day long. And he said they're never going to look over here because I live right across the street. They're going down. They're going, you know, half a mile away to try and catch people, and I'm right here.
That's true, because they're not going to be sitting at their desk and like saying, "Oh, well, the rest of you are busy taking calls and getting calls."
Exactly.
You know, they're not even at the station. When they get back to the station, they're not thinking about anything other than where's the coffee machine in my lunch, or I'm going to go and hang out in the break room, or I'm going home, or whatever.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they're like, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow, Bob.
They want a safe place to sleep, and they're glad to be off duty so they can go and get some rest, or, you know, hang out with the family, or, you know, do whatever they do.
Exactly.
Right next to, yeah, that's funny how that works.
Well, it's just like in Atlanta. And in Atlanta, I was at the bus station in Atlanta, okay? One block over is the police station and the jail. And we were smoking weed right across from the police station in jail. And the cops were one block over in front of the Greyhound station trying to bust those people. Isn't that funny? I mean, it is really funny how things work.
You pass
that message historically.
It really is, and I'm the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, that's all we can do. That's not the Tea Party. I always like what George Carlin said about this whole experience, and I always thought this summed it up well. Like, when you're born as a human, you get a ticket to the freak show. When you're born in America, you get a front row seat.
Create a welfare people,
seriously, and enjoy the ride, because
George Carlin was funny. I love that guy. He was so funny. Him and Sam Kinison both. I miss Sam Kinison. He was funny. All them old.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Bill Hicks. I'm sure you have.
I have.
And bragging.
He's definitely one to check out. Bill Hicks. He's, haven't heard some of his stuff, but he was along that same vein of just comics that tell the truth with you know, a little spoonful of sugar, and then I'm going to drop something on you that normally you wouldn't laugh at. I'm going to make it funny, you know?
Right. Exactly.
Telling you.
And that's a hard combo, making people laugh at the truth of the world. Yeah, Bill Hicks and George Carlin, and yeah, Kinison had it too. And, you know, and I think more of the modern thing, you know, like Joe Rogan and some of his stuff, you know, just stand-up stuff, and touches on things like that, especially psychedelics and their role and like the extension of consciousness. I mean, that's a whole other topic, but you know, it's like I think. I don't know, whatever the vision quest is, however you find it, it's all about why are you even going on a quest, and that's usually what people don't ask, and so they get caught up in the escapism of psychedelics or whatever it might be, or, you know.
Well, and again, psychedelics are a pathway to another realm, you know. You leave this place for a moment, and you're able to walk through doors that you normally wouldn't be able to walk through. And I've experimented with some of that too, you know. So, and I think that was a great benefit to me, because I was able to see something through a different set of eyes. And drugs in particular, the psychedelics, LSD and mushrooms and salvia and things like that, you know, and even DMT. I've not done DMT, but I do have friends that have. And it is really an opening into a different realm, especially LSD, that after you open that door, that door doesn't close. It remains open. And all you have to do is step through it again.
The Pentagon admits
And that's one of the best things I always thought about the psychedelic experience.
From the shine,
I've seen a lot of people get the message and they don't hang up the phone, and it becomes like escapism, you know?
Right.
And, I was just talking to a friend today about actually DMT. And, it's kind of one of those things, you know, it's like once you get the message, you hang up the phone and you roll up your sleeves and you embrace this, what some would call the 3D reality of, you know, I don't want to escape it. I want to embrace it. I want to do everything I can with it while I'm in it.
Exactly. Yes. And it was really, it really is an experience that, if you can take it for what it is, and not go overboard with it, it can really help you adapt into something better. And like my LSD experiences they've been few and far between, but really heavy. I had one experience where I did a full eyedropper of liquid, and wow, yeah, wow. It's not like doing it on paper or, you know, eating a sugar cube. It was full blown everything. Wow. And wow.
That's one of the things, you know, that's all you can say in trying to translate that experience into a coherent message for others that, you know, could help them. But what I always got from the psychedelic experience, yeah, I definitely, you know, I'm not ashamed to say it, you know, I've had my bout with shrooms and DMT and acid, you know. I tried ecstasy a couple times, but it was just never the thing for me because I have such a hangover. I have such a feeling of loss after experiencing that a couple times, where it took me like 3 days to recover and get my equilibrium back. But the ones I have the best experiences with, were DMT and mushrooms. And mushrooms of all different kinds to me, but I think that, and I was just talking about this today with a friend of, whenever I first tried mushrooms, I was with someone, and then I tried them another time at like another party in the tribe, like down in California back in the day. And after I was around people, I would always retreat to my tent and want to be alone. So after that, I realized, okay, I'm just going to surrender to that. And started doing 5 grams alone in the dark, making a day of it where I fast, eat a banana, you know, and just surrender to it and set up my space on the floor with 2 big jugs of water, you know, no candles lit, because I don't want to worry about riding around to the floor, feeling safe, dropping 5 grams and just saying, okay, I'm here, you know, I'm here to learn. And I never had a bad experience, never got sick, never had a bad trip. And I think it's the respect when you approach psychedelics is clear than anything. There's no way I would ever want to do any psychedelics and kind of like a rave or.
See, I've never done psychedelics in the city. I've only done them in the woods, and with, like I was saying, that subculture of people that travel and are a moving society. So once a year, we all come together in mass, and I had my first experience in California at Mount Shasta, and it was so awe-inspiring seeing this culture of people that lived without money and were trade and barter only, and I dropped my first acid there, and it was quiet. You know, there was thousands of people. There was 20 or 30,000 people there, and it didn't seem like it. And that was my first experience, and I only dropped I dropped like I don't know, a couple of hits, and then I've done mushrooms, of course, a few times, And then in Colorado, I did that eyedropper full after a whole night of talking around the campfire and enjoying some company with people. And the next day, about 5 o'clock in the morning, this guy dropped us, all the people in my little camp. There was 3 of us, and he said he was dosing us, and that to have a good day, and he dosed us, and it melted over my tongue, and about 45 minutes later, the sun was coming up, and I literally looked over the mountain, and the sun's coming up, and it's dancing, and I had never experienced that before. It was like it was alive, and then I shut my eyes, and I saw all this stuff that within my mind's eye, I could see the energy of everything around me. I could see the people walking. I could see this guy, and this is one of my most vivid memories of my trip. Was I was laying down, and I was talking to this elder within the group, and he was just like, absorb it, take it in, see it for what it is, and he was kind of like talking me through, and I was laying there with my eyes shut, and I could see this guy behind me chopping wood, and every time that he would raise the axe and put it back down onto the wood, I would see this shower of sparks. And this is all within my mind's eye. My eyes are closed. And I could see everything in its energy form. And it was so amazing that I can't even really explain it in a literal term. How it affected me and how amazing it was. But I spent after that, I got up and I went walking through the forest, and I just became one with the earth. And I laid down in the grass at one point, and this is really weird, but it was like I melted into the grass, and I became one with the grass, and I felt the breeze, and it was blowing me with the grass, and it was just the most amazing experience.
Get us all scared. Well, the thing that what you just touched on too, that I've always had that consolation is in those moments when you become one with where you are, and there's no more separation, and the walls of separation are just completely obliterated. And that's usually the anxiety I always got going into a heavy mushroom trip or something would be, oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose my ego now, my ego's fighting me, and then I finally surrender, and then it's just like,
yeah,
and everything opens up, and I'm just like, I am one with everything.
Exactly.
And
that's a hard thing for people to grasp.
Great experience, and it got me through a lot of times in my life where I reflect on that experience and say, no, I'm still one with everything, because there is no separation.
Right. The universe is all one. It's all one great big being. And that's a very hard concept for people to grasp.
These people,
if you don't experience it directly, whether it's just psychedelics or even and I even, after having those moments of psychedelics, it pushed me in this reality without using psychedelics to do things like you've done. I used to go backpacking through Ojai. I used to go up in the BLM land there and just disappear for a few days with just my backpack and just camp out. And I've had experiences that were like psychedelic experiences because it's so intense and you're so in the moment. I had like coyotes circling the hill I camped on one night. It's just they're circling you, and then when you go back to the city or you go back to your life, it's like I can handle whatever this has to deal out because I was just in the wilderness and getting circled by a pack of coyotes or whatever,
Right. No, I've actually had an experience where a coyote walked with me.
and they got names.
Oh, nice, man. That's amazing.
That was in the Nevada desert. And you know, I don't know whether and he wasn't very far away from me. He was only about, I would say, 4 to 5 feet away from me, and he was walking right with me. And it was the most, it was one of the most amazing experiences I've had. It was like he knew that I was on this path, and he was going with me for a little way. And I don't know whether he wanted some food or, and at that point I didn't have anything, you know. But had I had something, I would have gladly given it to him, you know. But it was one of the most amazing experiences that I had with nature.
Every single solution they give us. Yeah, I mean, you can't deny that kind of experience, and when you relate it to other people, they're just like, either they raise their eyebrows or very, you know, sometimes you're surprised, you're like, oh yeah, no, I had something like that happen to me, and you're like, oh, you know?
Right.
When you have that into synchronistic moment where whether you're under the influence or not, then you're never going to believe what happened to you. A lot of people, you know, are again in the box, so they can't validate it. That's where I feel like there's no reason to take your history and look for miracles. They experience it every day. That we're here. We have a consciousness, we have an experience. The idea of having to always rely on what has happened in the past and negate what's happening to us now is a shame, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
What we've experienced in those moments where you were in tune with what was around you, and this wild animal decides to walk your path with you for a while, you know? And that's why the Europeans never understood the Native Americans, you know?
Right, because they were in tune with nature. They were one with the earth. They literally they would give sacred prayers and thanks for a hunt before they ever went on their hunt, and then after their hunt they thanked Earth again for giving it to them. So and for letting them be triumphant in their hunt. And you know, that's something that humans, even tribes have lost, because they don't have that ability anymore to do what they used to do, you know. And they've lost a lot of their sacred beliefs. And you know, the elders still believe the same way, but the younger generation do not. And they're more into the now than into the traditional ways. And myself, I would rather be in the traditional ways than in the now.
Yeah, that's the boundary of do we go for the immediate sugar high of just emptiness, this makes me feel good now and there's nothing to be a slow, patient part of, or do we, we're torn, you know, and that's always been the angle I've struggled with. I don't want immediacy, I want something that takes time to develop, whether it's relationships or, you know, conversation even. You know, even having someone that has the attention span to dive into a topic and touch on all the points that lead you exploring the topic, it's most likely, just tell me what happens, I don't care, just tell me what happens.
Exactly.
Get to that finishing note as quick as we can. It's like, no, let's talk about this. What do you think? Well, I've never thought of that. Well, have you thought of this? No, I don't think of that either. It's like, well, I don't have an answer for you because if you're not going to explore it with me, it's no fun.
Well, you know, it's that delving into the deeper realm of possibilities that brings enlightenment. So, you know, if you touch all the different points of it, then you understand it more deeply and more consciously than if you just got to the point. Because without doing all that, you really can't understand the point.
Rid of free speech, it's racist.
And that's why people will always fall prey to politics and religion. Because they give you the point right up front. Like, here's the point. This is why you should do it. And it's like, well, wait a minute.
Democrats on the street.
I don't understand your. No, you don't ask questions. You don't question us. You know, it's like, well, I have to. I'm a thinking person. You know, I don't have a choice.
Yes. I am a deep psychological, logical thinker. And, you know, in some respects, I'm kind of like Spock. I want to, you know, I think logically. I'm like, well, this can't be because of this. Or this can't be because of this. Or it has to be this way because of this.
6 months of this year, you know, more.
And that's where I don't care about being right. I just want to explore the experience because we all have our own, and none of them are invalid.
Right. It's not always about being right. It's about exploring the possibilities and coming to the conclusion.
Exactly. And again, anything should be fair game and exploring the experience. And that's why I always throw out disclaimers, especially talking heavily about religion or things. I don't want to offend anyone. I'm not trying to offend anyone.
Right.
But I'm also not going to explore my thoughts of it just because, you know, it's off limits because it's not PR to talk about, or, I mean, screw all that, you know? I think we should be able to talk about whatever we think without anyone taking it, you know, unless we're directly attacking people, and that's a whole different angle that I don't have anything to do with either. Is it? Now, I'll attack politicians all day long because at the same time, you know, and all this stuff going on with chain of gang of people that think they have the authority on something, then I'm naturally going to be, you know, an adversary to that because I'm always for the underdog. I'm always for those that don't have a voice, you know.
Yes, because those without a voice need a voice.
Exactly.
Article.
And that's what politicians take away from us. And that's what the church and religion can take away from you as well, having a voice. And that's why I'm a natural adversary to both those things, just in its modern forms, just because, why don't we just slap the shackles on us now and sit us in our cell? We'll change the wallpaper color every 2 years or every 4 years when the people vote, you know?
Exactly. And that's pretty much how it's become.
There's major disasters.
Unless you get elected twice or appointed, whatever you want to call it.
That's where we're
because basically we have appointed leaders now. They're not really elected, they're appointed.
Oh yeah.
It's been that way for eons.
I have a friend that still kind of brings up, well, you know, Trump said this and so on, and Cruz said that, and I'm like, yeah. Well, I was out pruning apple trees today. You want to hear about that?
Right.
I mean, I could care less, but he said, she said, you know, polish clean, then polish another time, and polish a third time for good measure to make sure that the programming is correct before it gets shipped out over the airwaves to the masses. I mean,
they're making
you know,
exactly. Which is this is why I guess this is one of the reasons why I enjoy doing this, because I'm not censored. This isn't censored. I say it how I think. You know, if I want to say fuck, I say fuck, and they can't stop me from saying it, and I enjoy that. And sometimes I do.
Yeah, and there's a time for that. And you can be extremely politically incorrect in the sense of even talking about religion in a way where you're not going to be like crucified. You know?
Exactly, because it's my opinion. If people don't like my channel, they can turn it the fuck off.
You know, everybody's saying it's
and that's the responsibility of freedom. Is like, well, what do I think?
I don't
know. Not what people are telling me. to think or where I should go. Should I go right or left? Well, what do you think you should go? How do you decide if you go right or left? Or how do you decide if you go straight or climb a tree or whatever? You know, like, if there's anything that can provoke thought, and the only way to do that is everything can be questioned. Everything can be talked about, regardless of how sacred or holy. And I hate the sacred holy cows that can't be questioned. You know?
Yes.
It's the biggest mind killer in the existence of humans. If you've got something that can't have full poked in it or even discussed in a way without just accepting it flat out, then forget it. It's not for me. Because I want to talk about it all. I want to poke holes in all of it.
Exactly. I want to question it. Question everything.
Yeah, question everything. Absolutely everything. You know, maybe gravity stops working tomorrow, or maybe it doesn't. Or why does gravity even work?
Maybe gravity isn't real.
I know, huh? Maybe it's just something we all believe in and we make it real. I mean, who knows?
Right? Maybe gravity is nothing more than electromagnetism. Because that's what we are. We're magnets on top of a giant magnet. So I mean, come on.
Right now, George in
It's proven. That's an absolute proven fact. We are iron. We have iron flowing through our blood. We have magnets within the earth. Therefore, we're magnetically charged, and we're sucked to the ground because of magnetism.
Yeah, and we know we're electrical. I mean, our whole heart, you know, when someone's heart stops moving, we shock it and we send electricity through it to get it going again.
Exactly.
We know we're electrical.
And the Earth is just a giant generator. You know, I mean, we spin at 52,000 miles an hour, 57,000 miles an hour. So it's a giant electromagnet.
What do you think the bottom is?
Basically.
What do you think's going to come back strong?
Yeah, and we came out of it, and we're part of it.
Well, I believe,
as far as we know, as far as I can tell, we're connected to it. And my goodness, the free energy that it could offer us, we can't talk about that.
Well, no, because they totally ruined Tesla because of that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't think of enough free energy devices for people ever. You'll lose control overnight. Because that means I could, as soon as I got my free energy device, I would run off into the woods and build my own lean-to and have power and be broadcasting right now from a shack in the middle of nowhere, you know? I'm not trying to find him through his social or his power bill, you know?
Right. Well, and you know, that's what Tesla wanted. He wanted to create a power structure that didn't cost anything. He didn't want to make money off of his inventions. He wanted people to be free. And that is why the structure killed him, because they wanted the power to create power. They wanted the power to create power and money, and he would not allow that. His ideas powered the entire World's Fair. Yeah, the World's Fair in was it New York? Wherever that was.
Well, I think it might have been Chicago, but I don't know that. I'm not sure if it was the Chicago one, but no, it's the problem with true innovation and true humanitarian goals, but at the same time, you have the elite sitting there saying, oh, no, you can't do that. That would remove the power we've worked so hard for all these centuries.
Right. Well, his power idea, his alternative power, really crushed the shit out of Benjamin Franklin's direct power. Because, I mean, and there was no getting around it. We still use Tesla's idea today. But he never got paid for it.
No, he never got paid for that. And he got excommunicated by the establishment for being too innovative. And then they took all of his research and pretty much turned it against population, you know?
Right. Right. It was absolutely horrid planning on all of them. They did it for power. And not the kind of power that we have in our homes, power structure.
Cultural issues and things that.
Well, I mean, here's a funny thought, you know. Here's something I always think about when I start my truck, you know. You know when the spark plug was invented in 1860.
Wow, that I didn't know.
Okay, so the spark plug was first invented to use in a gas engine in 1860. Okay. So what year are we in?
We got time.
Yeah, right.
In my truck.
We'll come back
A
with
spark
an
plug.
answer. Go ahead.
So in the meantime, we've supposedly, if we've gone to the moon, we have smartphones, and we have the internet, and we have cell phones, and we have this, but I'm still driving a car that requires a spark plug. Like, really?
Right.
Am I supposed to buy that one?
And by the way, all that stuff works on Tesla's design too. Right. And we should have already been, if we have all this stuff, we should already be working on like an electric rail system or magnetics or something of that nature. Our cars shouldn't even work on combustion anymore.
Different from previous years. And I mean, that's the thing that I always think about, turning that key. And I got an older truck, it's like an 85 Toyota, whatever. It's like bulletproof as far as the engine and stuff. But yeah, it's like it's got spark plugs in it. If you go buy a new one, it's going to have spark plugs in it. Unless you get a, Tesla car, which is amazing that it's named after a person who invented technology that would make the cars they're making in his name look like, like a big wheel compared to a vehicle, but I don't know. It's just funny how things get changed and switched around, and yeah, I mean, we're driving cars with a technology in it that started in 1860.
Right, and why in the world would they name it after Tesla when they totally annihilated?
Stay there. I'm gonna come back to you because
why would we need what?
Why would they name it after Tesla when they totally annihilated him and disengaged him from the whole community?
So stay.
Well, I think that's one of the sick games the elites play is they assassinate people like Martin Luther King and then they revel in later and turn their image into something that benefits them and as a false beacon of hope after they're gone, after they took them out. Same thing with Kennedy, they got that the flame that never goes out on his grave, I think that's kind of like an elite symbol there. Statue of Liberty, you got the torch, you got kind of I don't know, that's a whole other angle, but I think what they do is the threats that they find, they remove, and then if they did get any recognition, then they turn that image into their own use, make it serve some sort of controllable false hope for the masses and saying, see how great he was? But they're the ones responsible for removing them from even making any change.
Right. Well, and everything in them, Wi-Fi, cell phone,